D Class S5 D Kafug Height Depos Mpzia Past and Present JRL from Ajanting High Joy Homage. Courtesy of the Century Co King Dios offers sacrifice unto Emazd, see page 803, Ilkfcia Iam, LGCXA Book of Travel and Research with more than 201 LLU8 Tracian BWD map. A great God is Oromazda, who created this earth, who created yonder heaven, who created man, who created peace for man, who made Darius king. Old Persian inscription. A.B. Williams Jackson Professor or Ravi OJN **Iflawatros, and Samratime the illustration, for which I have to thank the courtesy of the Century /magazine and of Mr. J. Hambidge, who drew it to illustrate an article of mine, has been made with a special regard to archaeological accuracy. The details are taken largely from the old Persian sculptures at Persepolis, Susa, and Behistun, supplemented by material from the Avesta and other ancient writings. The figure floating in the sky represents the god Oromazda, girt with the wings of divinity and circle of eternity and holding in his hand the ring of sovereignty. The priest serving at the fire altar, which is still to be seen on the rocks at Nakshi Rustam, wears the veil Pate Idana before his lips as he chants the invocation. The king with his army has ridden across from the palace at Persepolis, 6 miles distant. The groom Oibares holds his favorite horse. The soldiers stand in an attitude of devotion while the king proclaims his faith and offers worship to the God to whom he ascribes all good. Ketungo Lit. The Macmillan Company London, Macmillan and Co., Lro. N. Pound, Tr. Bay, .svbsri labaquibsvaoo, OLCM Pound XR Phi 3 IVV, II.V, 2, J, AAOJ, Akasophic Sigmo Japkathuiko ILJRWY. F Boyflaraj tag \AJG IDS 3 bun pound BSSS 3 IIOC J is ITK AJERT QNSN and IISIBLO Erit IQI TJGA ETA Jo.IRILA GITL T /I, comma. Retunfwasvit list /X JDJRW plus XRG.key, SST pound 2, AHOG S/I asterisk, it O psych.Y7. 5.I9I9 Yologna T ILD BNNILF.LI AI RIP Chlori FTMSTI Unleaf JJ Istlavi II3A6H/W EXOU J539CFO3 RLJW /E.idea blot SIG IFRO Rayovn 8/it.iubjuib S judge 2 I joke sat J I asterisk BOFV Liao so Buffalo Ijabluade Safat Fi'ij Persia Past and Present. A book of travel and research with more than 200 illustrations and a map by A.B. Williams Jackson Professor of Indo-Iranian Languages, and sometime Adjunct Professor of the English Language and Literature in Columbia University. The Macmillan Company London. Macmillan and Co., Limited 1906 All rights reserved, SI Copyright, 1906, by the Macmillan Company. Set up and electrotyped. Published September, 1906. Nortua KKBSJS Gushing & Co. Barrick & Smith Co. Norwood, Massachusetts, USA. To my mother more is thy due than more than all can pay Shakespeare. Preface. The preparation of this volume has been a work after Rayon Heart for the past 3 years, and I am now almost sorry that it is finished, although it has been carried forward amid many distractions of an official and public nature besides my regular duties at the university. I have entitled it A Book of Travel and Research, having essayed the somewhat difficult task of combining these two themes into a union which I hope will be found true, at least in spirit, even if imperfect when judged by the standards that I should like to uphold. I was tempted at first to label some of the chapters, like those on Takht-i Sulayman, Kangavar, Raga, and a part of the section on the Old Persian inscriptions, with a warning: this chapter is dedicated to the student, and to prefix to other chapters, like those on the different cities, by caravan and cavalcade, Pasargati, and Persepolis, a prefatory line, dedicated to the general reader. I decided against such a procedure, because I believe that the interests of both are ultimately one, and if the general reader enjoys a comfortable 40 winks while certain technical matters are being discussed, he will awaken refreshed to resume his interest at a point where the specialist may begin to nod. but these very comments may have in themselves a somnolent effect and defeat their own end by superinducing the results they are seeking to avert. For that reason I shall refrain from adding others, and shall proceed rather to bring out the points which I wish to emphasize. By hard work during my stay in Persia, I succeeded in seeing a good deal of the country and observing Persian life. Preface with that keenness of interest which enthusiasm for the subject produces and that closeness of application which years of preparation tend to cultivate. I could have wished that the time and means at my disposal had been more abundant, but half a loaf is better than no bread at all, and years of experience in travel have taught me that impressions gained in a few months are often more vivid than when the stay in the country is prolonged indefinitely. Of course, there is the well-recognized danger of receiving wrong impressions and of generalizing from insufficient data, but I have tried to reduce the factor of error as far as possible by seeing as much of the country as I could, so as to be able to distinguish between local and general conditions, and by subjecting my observations to the test of comparison with the history of the country from the earliest times. How far I have succeeded or failed must be decided by those who are competent to judge. I can only plead in my own behalf that I have worked conscientiously throughout to make the book as good as I was able, and one example of this will be found in the attention given also to illustration. The illustrations that are ordinarily presented I have supplemented by pictures of subjects that are rarely chosen, and I have done this mainly from a collection of photographs taken by myself on the journey or by friends in Persia. How little can be done without the aid of one's predecessors, when writing a book, will be best appreciated by those who have aimed, like myself, at adding a mite to the body of knowledge already existing. On that account I have constantly and without hesitation consulted the works of my fellow laborers in the field during the past 3,000 years, from Zoroaster and Herodotus, through the Arab writers, to Kerporter, Brown, and Curzon. I have been careful everywhere to quote my sources for any special piece of information and to acknowledge my indebtedness without hesitation. If the footnotes seem more abundant than usual, it is because of this desire faithfully to provide the reader with the means of preface 9 consulting the material used at each particular point or to enable him to call into question a view I have expressed, because I have frankly stated the fact when the authorities are at variance. There are several respects in which I should have liked to be able to bring the book nearer to completeness, but I think I may say with all modesty that some compensation for this will be found in the suggestiveness of the volume because of the light it throws upon certain historical points which were not previously clear or even known before, and I also believe that many readers will welcome a new presentation of matters that were already familiar to them. The student of Zoroastrianism, moreover, will find many points to consider in connection with his own work, especially the numerous identifications suggested for ancient sites, or explanations proposed for doubtful passages in the literature, as I have always kept that in view. I have spoken of my indebtedness to those of the past, I have also an obligation to the present which I deeply feel. First of all, I am indebted to President Nicholas Murray Butler and the trustees of Columbia University for granting me leave of absence to visit Iran. Then, I am grateful to the many friends, as well as officials, who gave me suggestions and aid in regard to my journey. The Christian missionaries at home were especially helpful in this respect, and in Persia they welcomed me at their homes with a hospitality for which I shall ever be grateful. In the preparation of the book on my return, I received many serviceable hints from Mr. Frank E. Morgan, of Bennington, Vermont, and I owe a special debt of gratitude to two of my student friends. To my pupil, Dr. Louis H. Gray, former fellow in Indo-Iranian languages at Columbia, I wish to express my sincere thanks for generous assistance rendered in reading over the manuscript of a large part of the book before it went to the press and for his counsel with regard exalbaface to matters of general presentation. To my younger pupil, Mr. George C. O. Haas, A.M., fellow in Indo-Iranian, I am especially grateful for help from the beginning. Hardly a day has passed since the first chapter was written without his giving me some aid, either by going through the entire manuscript with an eye to matters of detail, or by correcting with me every page of proof as it came from the compositor, or by preparing the index, the value of which the reader will easily recognize. There are many other friends whose kindness I recall, but if their names be missing in print, it is not because they are forgotten, but because they are registered where every day I turn the leaf to read them, including among this number the publishers, whose generous attitude toward the subject has enabled me to present the work in a way that I hope may find favor with the reader, general and special, for whom the book is written. Columbia University, May 7, 1906. A. V. Williams Jackson. Contents: Preface, List of illustrations, List of works of reference, List of abbreviations, page 713 XXVI. TC Chapter. L. En route for the land of the lion and the sun. N. Tiflis, the capital of Transcaucasia. 17 Itl Yerevan, Mount Ararat, and the road to the Persian border. 16-4. Persia, the land, and its history, and our interest in the country. 24v. Through the snow from the Aras to Tabriz. 33. 6 Tabriz, the residence of the Crown Prince. 39-7. Zoroaster and the Avesta. 8. Around Lake Urumia. 57.709. Urumia, a supposed early home of Zoroaster. 87x. By caravan and cavalcade. 108-11. Takht-i Suleiman, an ancient fortified town in ruins. 12412. Hamadan, the ancient Ekbatana. 144-13. The rock inscriptions of the great Persian kings. 175. 14. The Great Behistun Rock and an ascent to read the cuneiform records of King Darius. 186-15. Tak-i Boston and Kermanshah. 213-16. The Great Ruined Temple of the Persian Diana at Kangavar. 234 Zi-12. Contents: Spafteb Paobxvil from Hamadan to the Ruxt Fire Temple near Isfahan. 246-18. Isfahan, the former capital. 262-19. Ancient Pasargad and the tomb of Cyrus the Great. 278-XX. Persepolis and its monuments. 294-XXI. Shiraz, the home of the Persian poets. 321-XXII. From Shiraz to Yezd. 339-XXII. The Zoroastrians of Yezd. 353-XXIV. Zoroastrian Eligious customs at Yazidi. 378-XXV. From Yezd to Tehran. 401-XXVI. Tehran, the modern capital of Persia. 418-XXVII. Ruins of Rei, or ancient Raga. 428-XXVII. Through Mazandaran to the Caspian Sea. 442 General Index. 449 Index of Passages. 469 Map of Persia. 472 List OE Illustrations. King Darius offers sacrifice unto Ormuzd. Frontispiece from a painting by J. Hambidge. Pass old fortifications at Elizabethpol, the ancient Ganja. 3 from a photograph. The old citadel of Tiflis. 5 from a print. General view of Tiflis. 5 from a print. The Michaelis Bridge over the Kara at Tiflis. 7 from a print. The Caucasian Museum, Tiflis. 7 from a print. Ruined tower and aqueduct overlooking the Botanical Garden. 10 from a print. The Tartar Maidan at Tiflis. 10 from a print. Yazidis, or so-called devil worshippers, in Tiflis. 12 from a photograph. Types of Yazidis, or devil worshippers, at Tiflis. 14 from a photograph. Tiflis Citadel, another view. 14 from a print. Mount Ararat, near Yerevan. 17. From a print. Rustam, My Georgian Guide to the Frontier. 17 from a photograph by the author. Yerevan. 19 from a print. Armenian Church and Monastery at Ekmiadzin. 19 from a print. 13-14 List of illustrations. Ekmiadzin in the snow from a photograph by the author. Past 21 Bazaar of Yerevan. 21 from a print. A Caravan in the Snow. 23 from a photograph by the author. The Dulafoi Frieze of Archers from Susa. 24 from Peru and Chippies, Histo de Art, 5. 868 Darius III defeated by Alexander in the Battle of Issus. 26 from the Pompeian mosaic in the Naples Museum. Yazdagert 3 slain in a mill at Merv 26 from the Columbia University manuscript of the Shahnameh. The portal of Xerxes at Persepolis 28 from a photograph by Asvrugan. His Royal Highness Muzaffar ad-Din, Shah of Persia. From a photograph. 30 The Persian Inn at Julfa, with the custom house on the left. 32 From a photograph by the author. A part of the road between Julfa and Marand from a photograph by the author. 32 Mountain village buried Indiana snow between Marand and Sophian 35 from a photograph by the author. A ruined caravanserai on the way 37 from a photograph by the author. Tabriz 39 from a photograph. The Ark, or Citadel, of Tabriz 40 from a photograph. The Blue Mosque, Tabriz 42 from a photograph. Interior of Bazaar at Tabriz 44 from Weeks, from the Black Sea, p. 51. 46 A courtyard adjoining the Bazaar, Tabriz. From a photograph. List of illustrations 15 An Ach Menian seal, the king slaying a monster. From a drawing by Mr. Percy Bodiastab. PAOB. 51 The Crown Prince's Garden, Bahai Shamal, Northern Garden. 51 Courtesy of House and Garden. Safar awaiting directions from a photograph. 55 A Persian page 58 from a photograph. Idealized portrait from a sculpture supposed to represent Zoroaster 62 from Karaka, History of the Parsis, 2. 146 An Ancient Magian 69 from Hyde, Historia Religion Ionis Veterum Persarum, p. 369. A manuscript OP the Avesta with Pahlavi translation from the Ms. JP 1. 69 The typical village dog of Azerbaijan 76 from a photograph by the author. My Guide to the Sasanian Sculpture from a photograph by the author. Sasanian bas-relief, near the plain of Salmas from a photograph. 76. 81 The Great Plain of Urumia 83 from a photograph. Plowing with buffaloes near Urumia 83 from a photograph. A glimpse of Urumia 85 from a photograph. Northern end of Lake Urumia 85 from a photograph by the author. A butcher and a cobbler, Urumia 87 from a print. Women washing clothes, Urumia 87 from a photograph. Excavations in Digala Ash Hill, near Urumia 90 from a photograph by the late Reverend B. W. Laborie. 16 List of illustrations specimens of ancient pottery from Ukumia in the author's collection. Page 90 A pit excavated in the Digala Ash Mound. 92 From a photograph by the author. Pottery from the Termini Ash Hill, Urumia. 92 From a photograph by the author. A typical mud hut at Termini, near Urumia 94 from a photograph by the author. An old mill near Urumia 94 from a photograph by Mrs. C. S. Blackburn. Bas-relief cylinder found near Urumia. 96 In the Metropolitan Museum of Art, New York. Opening an ancient grave in the side OP the Geographic Tapa Ash Hill 96 from a photograph by Mr. Paul Shimon. Mart Mariam Church, Urumia 101 from a photograph by Mrs. C. S. Blackburn. A typical group of mullahs and sides 101 from a photograph. An approaching camel train 108 from a photograph by the author. Packing baggage before sunrise 108 from Weeks, from the Black Sea, p. 63. Lowering luggage from the housetop at dawn. 112 from Weeks, from the Black Sea, p. 98. A Persian telegram 116 reproduced from the original. A caravan of nomads 117 from a photograph. Chakili Hill, near Urumia from a photograph by the author. 117 Saralan, a village of mud houses. 119 from a photograph by the author. Kirkara, near the forest of reeds 119 from a photograph by the author. List of illustrations XVU page A Caravan Leader 122 from a photograph by the author. Hashaba, My Guard from Ur Umiah to Mlandoab. 122 from a photograph. A Mounted Guard 124 after a photograph by the author. A typical Persian village 124 courtesy of house and garden. Rawlinson's plan op Takht I Suleiman 128 from Rawlinson, 5 Oriental monarchies, 3. 27 The ruined fire temple at Takht I Suleiman, buried in the snow 133 from a photograph by the author. Takht I Suleiman from the east 133 after a sketch by the author. Afrasiab taken captive by Ham 140. From the Columbia University manuscript of the Shahnameh. Battle between the Iranians and Turanians 140 from the Columbia University manuscript of the Shahnameh. Distant view of Hamadan and Mount Alvand 145 from a photograph by Mirza Sahak, of Hamadan. The Musalat, Hamadan 145 from a photograph. Rough plan of Hamadan 146. Drawn by Aram Zorabian. Persian cats at the Mission House, Hamadan 151 from a photograph. The Musalat Hill, Hamadan 154 from a photograph by Mirza Sahak. The Lion of Hamadan 160 from a photograph by Reverend C.H. Still Iman. The Lion's Face 160 from a photograph by Mirza Sahak. Bridge over the river at Hamadan Mount Alvand in the background 165 from Flandin and Kost, Voyage en Perse, Moderne, pi. 6818 List of illustrations Tomb of Avicenna, Ibn Sina, from a photograph by the author. Page 167 Tomb of Esther and Mordecai 167 from a photograph by Mirza Sahak. The Ganjay Nama inscriptions in winter 170 from a photograph by the author. The word God, Baga, in ancient Persian cuneiform letters 170 from a drawing by the author. The Ganjay Nama cuneiform inscriptions of Darius and Xerxes near Hamadan. 172 from a photograph by Mirza Sahak. The Rock of Behistan from the south 177 from Rawlinson Q. 5 Oriental monarchies, 3. 31 View of the Behistan Rock from the upper P2ND. 177 sketched from a photograph by the author. The Kerman inscription of King Darius. 1. The Persian text 181 from a photograph. The Kerman inscription of King Darius. 2. The Elamitic text 183 from a photograph. The Kerman inscription of King Darius. 3. The Babylonian text 184 from a photograph. Rear view of the Rock of Behistan 186 from a photograph by Anton Svrugan, of Tehran. The unfinished rock screen at Behistan 188 from a photograph by Anton Svrugan. Up on the ledge 188 from a photograph by the author. The Behistan sculptures and inscriptions. 192 from Rawlinson, Journal of the Royal Asiatic Society, 10. pi. 2 Cooley, The Head Guide in the Ascent 192 from a photograph by the author. Photograph of a section of the inscription of Darius, Behistan 1. 61-71 196 taken by the author. List of illustrations 19. Page Flandin's sketch of the Gotartz's sculpture 211 from Flandin and Kost, Voyage en Perse, Ancien, 1. pi. 19 The Parthian sculpture of Gotartz's, mutilated by Ahmad Urn inscription 211 from a photograph by A. Sevtikin. The vaulted stone grottos of Tak-I Boston 213 from a photograph. The sculptured panel at Tak-I Boston 215 from De Morgan, Mission Scientifique en Perse, 2. pi. 34, 4. pi. 35 The Nimbus Crown figure 216 from a photograph by the author. The sculptured figure of the fallen foe at Tak-I Boston 218 from a photograph by the author. The larger and the smaller arch 220 from Flandin and Kost, Voyage en Perse, Ancien, 1. pi. 3 Tak-I Boston, or the Arched Garden 220 from a photograph by the author. View of the larger arch 222 from a photograph. Bas-reliefs of Khosrow 222 from a photograph. Kermanshah, the parade ground and the governor's palace 231 from a photograph. A Persian shepherd, near Sana, 234 from a photograph by the author. A typical caravanserai 284 from a photograph. The Yuan Temple at Kangavar 243 from Flandin and Cost, Voyage en Perse, Ancien, 1. Pi. 21 Ruins of the temple at Kangavar 243 from a photograph by the author. Plowing with cows 246 from a photograph by the author. Persian shovels 246 from a photograph by the author. XX list of illustrations PAOX the ancient fire temple near Isfahan 254 from a photograph by the author. Part of the temple precinct adjoining the shrine of fire 254 from a photograph by the author. Flandin's sketch of the hill of the Isfahan fire temple. 263 from Cost, Monuments Modernes de la Perse, Pi. 53. Isfahan and the Bridge of Ali Verdi Khan 263 from a photograph. Masjid-i-Shah, the King's Mosque 266 from a photograph by Mr. A. O. Wood. Palace of the Zil as-Sultan, Prince Governor of Isfahan. 266 from a photograph by Mr. A. O. Wood. Madrasa of Shah Hussain, from the Chahar Bagh. 268 from a photograph by Mr. A. O. Wood. Within the court of the Madrasa 268 from a photograph by Mr. A. O. Wood. The Miadan of Isfahan 270 from a photograph by Tuni Johannes, of Isfahan. Pavilion of Mirrors 270 from Dulafoy, L'Art Antique de la Perse, 3. Pi. 6. The Tomb of Cyrus the Great 279 from a photograph by the author. The platform overlooking Pasargad 279 from Dulafoy, L'Art Antique de la Perse, 1. Pi. 3. A fire temple or a tomb. 280 from a photograph by the author. Sculpture of Cyrus 280 from a photograph by the author. Cyrus, the king, the Achmenian, inscribed column of Cyrus, 282 from a photograph by the author. The tomb of Cyrus the Great 291 from a photograph by Anton Svrugan. Tombs of the Achmenian kings at Nakhchirai-Rustam. From a photograph by Anton Svrugan. 295 Entrance to the tomb of Darius 298 from a photograph. List of illustrations XXI Interior of the tomb of Darius from a photograph by Anton Svrugan. First Sasanian sculpture at Nakhchirai-Rustam from a photograph by Anton Svrugan. PAGB 298. 304th Sasanian sculpture at Nakhchirai-Rustam. 300 from a photograph by Anton Svrugan. 6th and 7th Sasanian sculptures at Nakhchirai-Rustam 302 from a photograph by Anton Svrugan. Stone edifice near the tombs at Nakhchirai-Rustam. 302 from a photograph by the author. Rock-hewn fire altars at Nakhchirai-Rustam. 305 from a photograph by Anton Svrugan. First tomb at Nakhchirai-Rustam 305 from a photograph by Anton Svrugan. Ruins of Stakra. 307 from a photograph by Anton Svrugan. Takht-i-Taz, or Rustam's throne 307 from a photograph by Anton Svrugan. Sasanian sculpture in the rear of the recess at Nakhchirai-Rajab 309 from a photograph by Anton Svrugan. Sasanian sculpture at the left of the recess at Nakhchirai-Rajab 309 from a photograph by Anton Svrugan. The Grand Staircase at Persepolis 311 from a photograph by Anton Svrugan. Curzon's plan of Persepolis 312 from Curzon, Persia, 2. 150 Persepolis 314. From a photograph. Subject nations bringing tribute to Xerxes 314 from a photograph. The platform of Persepolis 316 from Dulafoy, L'Art Antique de la Perse, 2. Pi. 4. The tombs back of the platform of Persepolis. 318 from photographs by Mr. A. O. Wood. XXII List of illustrations page The Palace of Darius 320 from a photograph by Mr. A. O. Wood. A portal and a hall of 100 columns. 320 from a photograph by Anton Svrugan. King Darius on his throne 323 from a photograph. Bridge leading into Shiraz 323 from a photograph by Reverend C. H. Still-Eman. The new mosque, Masjid Ino, at Shiraz 325 from a photograph. Overlooking Shiraz 325 from a photograph. View of Shiraz from the Allahu Akbar Gate 327 from a photograph. Cultivated fields around Shiraz 330 from a photograph. Gardens around Shiraz 330 from a photograph. The Tomb of Hafiz from a photograph by Anton Svrugan. 332 The Tomb of Sadi 334 from a photograph by Anton Svrugan. From Debid to Khan Ikara 341 from a photograph. Opium Smokers 341 from a photograph. Letter of Convoy from the Governor of Shiraz. 344 photographed from the original. View of Yazd 348 from a photograph by Livy C. H. Still-Eman. A street in Yazd, showing a wind tower 348 from a photograph by Reverend C. H. Still-Eman. Scene in Yazd 355 from a photograph by Reverend C. H. Still-Eman. The reservoir in the Maidan at Yazd 355 from a photograph by Reverend C. H. Still-Eman. List of illustrations XXII page The Zoroastrian Anjuman at Yazd 360 from a photograph by the author. A Winov Tower at Yazd 366 from a photograph by Reverend C. H. Still-Eman. 2 Zoroastrian priests at Yazd 366 after a photograph by the author. Sprays of the Barsam plant 871 from a drawing by Mr. Percy Bodenstab. Yazd types 374 from a photograph. Schoolboys at Yazd, mostly Zoroastrians 374 from a photograph. A Zoroastrian convert to Islam from a photograph. 2 pictures of Kadabakshir Baram rise from photographs. 374. 382 Parsi women and girls 382 from a photograph. Zoroastrians of Kerman 387 from Still-Eman, The Kingdom of the Shah, p. 71. A branch of the Sacred Ham plant 387 from a photograph. A Gabbar family 398 from a photograph. A Zoroastrian merchant 398 from a photograph. Shoeing a donkey 403 courtesy of the Burmacintosh magazine. The Zoroastrian Dakama at Rei near Tehran. 403 from a photograph by the author. The Little Shagird from a photograph by the author. My Donkey Caravan in the Desert near Kalatabad. From a photograph by the author. Domed Roofs of Kashan from a photograph. 407. 407 410 XXIV List of illustrations Kashan, from a photograph. Page 410 412 from a photograph, Persian Gleaners 412 from Still-Eman, The Kingdom of the Shah, p. 11. A Persian vendor of sherbet 414 from a photograph. Shrine of Fatima at Qom. 414 from a photograph. A View of Tehran 417 courtesy of the Burmacintosh magazine. A Persian Garden 417 from a photograph. The Maidan-i Topkhana at Tehran 419 from a photograph. The Southwest Gate of the Maidan at Tehran. 421 from a print. The American Legation at Tehran 421 from a photograph. A graduating class of the American School for Boys at Tehran 423 from a photograph. A Persian family 423 from a photograph. The Parsi School at Tehran. 424 from a photograph. Zoroastrian schoolboys at Tehran 424 from a photograph. Arbab Jamshid and his staff 426 from a photograph. EEI, the ancient Raga 428 from a photograph. Mosque of Shah Abdul Azim, near Rex 430 from a photograph. List of illustrations XXV page crumbling walls of REI 430 from a photograph by the author. Mount Damavand 432 from a photograph. Kerporter's plan of EEI 435 from Kerporter, Travels, 1. 360 tower on a hill near REI 435 from a photograph. Tower among the ruins of REI, after restoration. 437 from a photograph. Tower among the ruins of REI, before restoration. From a photograph. 437 Sasanian sculpture now destroyed. 439 from the drawing of Usli, Travels, 3. Pi. 65 modern bas-relief replacing the sculpture shown above. 439 from Flandin and Cost, Voyage en Perse, Moderne, Pi. 30 sculptured panel of Fath Ali Shah, above the spring of Ali. 440 from a photograph by the author. The Zoroastrian Tower of Silence at REI. 440 from a photograph. The Kazvin Gate, Tehran from a photograph. The Maidan Imishk, Drill Square, at Tehran. From a photograph. The Mamankana at Kazvin from a photograph. The river carriage from a photograph by the author. 442. 442 444 444 Pichanar, between Kazvin and Resht. 446 from a photograph. Enzalai 446 from a photograph. List of works of reference. This list includes only the works most often referred to. Detailed information concerning other books and papers is given in the footnotes. Adams, Isaac. Persia by a Persian. Grand Rapids, Michigan, 1900. Barbaro, Josepha. Travels to Tana and Persia by Josepha Barbaro and Ambrogio Contarini, Tr. William Thomas. London, 1873. Hakluyt Society Publications, Vol. 49, Barbie de Maynard. C. Masudi and Yakut. Bartholomew, Christian. Air. W.B. Altirenisches Wörterbuch. Strasbourg, 1905. Bell, John. Travels in Asia. In Pinkerton, General Collection of Voyages and Travels, 7. 273 to 516, London, 1811. Benjamin, S.G.W. Persia and the Persians. Boston, 1886. Abarusha, Shariarji Dadabai. Brief Sketch of the Zoroastrian Religion and Customs. Bombay, 1893. Bishop, Mrs., Isabella Lbiid. Journeys in Persia and Kurdistan. 2 vols. New York, 1891. Brown, Edward G. A Year Amongst the Persians. London, 1893. A. Brown, Edward G. Literary History of Persia from the Earliest Times until Ferdowsi. New York, 1902. Bruges, Heinrich. Im Land der Sonne, Wandrungen in Persian. 2d ed. Berlin, 1886. Chardin, Sir John. Voyages en Perse et Autres de 1 Orient. 4 volumes Amsterdam, 1735. Claudio, Rui González de. Narrative of the Embassy to the Court of Timur at Samarkand AD 1403-6, Trcr Markham. London, 1859. Hakluyt Society Publications, Vol. 26, Contarini, Ambrogio. Travels to Tana and Persia by Josepha Barbaro and Ambrogio Contarini, Tr. William Thomas. London, 1873. Hakluyt Society Publications, Vol. 49, Ctesias. The Fragments of the Persica of Ctesias, ed. John Gilmore. London, 1888. Curzon, George N. Persia and the Persian Question. 2 volumes London, 1892. Darmstedter, James. Les Endavesta, Traduction Nouvelle. 3 volumes Paris, 1892-3. Annales de musique imit, volumes 21, 22, 24. L'Isier. List of works of reference XXVII de Gauche, M.J. Bibliotheca Geographorum Arabicorum. 8 volumes Leiden, 1870-94. Dellavalle, Pietro. Viagni di Pietro Dellavalle il Pellegrino. 2 volumes Brighton, 1843. Dellavalle, Pietro. Extracts from the Travels of Pietro Dellavalle in Persia. In Pinkerton, General Collection of Voyages and Travels, 9. 1-137, London, 1811. Vieux-Lafoy, Marcel et l'art antique de la Perse. 5 volumes Paris, 1884-5. ETH 6, Herman. Nupersisk Literatur. In Grundrister Iranis Chen Philology, 2. 212-368, Strasbourg, 1896-1904. Firdausi. Ferdowsi I Liberegum qui inscribitar Shah name, ed. J. A. Vollers, ets Landauer. 3 volumes Leiden, 1877-84. Firdausi. Le Livre des Rois, Traduit etcomm par Jules Moll. 7 volumes Paris, 1876-8. Firdausi. 2 Libro dei re, Poma epico, Ricato dal Persiano in versi italiani da Italo Pizzi. 8 volumes Turin, 1886-8. Flandin, E.W., and Cost, X.P. Voyage and Perse. 8 volumes Paris, 1843-54. Relation du Voyage, 2 volumes, Perse Ancienne, Text, 1 vol, Planches, 4 volumes, Perse Moderne, 1 vol. Gordon, Sir Thomas Edward. Persia Revisited, 1895. New York, 1896. Gottheil, R.J.H. References to Zoroaster in Syriac and Arabic Literature. In Classical Studies in Honor of Henry Drissler, pages 24-51, New York, 1894. Hogg, Martin. Essays on the Sacred Language, Writings, and Religion of the Parsis. 3d ed., edited and enlarged by E. W. West. London, 1884. Horn, Paul. Geschichte Irans in Islamitischer Zeit. In Grundrister Iranis Chen Philology, 2. 551-604, Strasbourg, 1896-1904. Ibn Haukel. The Oriental Geography of Ibn Haukel, Tr. Sir William Ouseley. London, 1800. Jackson, A. V. Williams. Zoroaster, the Prophet of Ancient Iran. New York, 1899. Justy, Ferdinand. Geschichte Irans von den Aldeisten Zeiten bis zum Ausgang der Sassaniden. In Grundrister Iranis Chen Philology, 2. 395,550, Strasbourg, 1896-1904. Justy, Ferdinand. Empire of the Persians. In History of All Nations, Vol. 2, Philadelphia and New York, 1905. Justy, Ferdinand. Iranisches Namen Buch. Marburg, 1895. Karaka, Dosabai Framji. History of the Parsis. 2 volumes London, 1884. Karnamakai Artaksharai Pakan. the original Pahlavi text, edited, and translated, by Darab Dastur Peshhotansanjana. Bombay, 1896. XXVLLL List of works of reference Kerr Porter, Sir Robert. Travels in Georgia, Persia, Armenia, Ancient Babylonia, etc. 2 volumes London, 1821. Nanishu, Joseph. About Persia and its people. Rock Island, Illinois, 1899. Quran. The Quran, Tr. George Sale. London, no date. Chandos Classics. Landor, A. Henry Savage. Across Coveted Lands. 2 vols. New York, 1903. Lynch, H. F. B. Armenia, Travels and Studies. 2 vols. New York, 1901. Malcolm, Napier. 5 Years in a Persian Town. New York, 1905. Marquardt, J. Ahrensar nach der Geographie des P.S. Moses Koranakai. Berlin, 1901. ABHDKGL Guest die Wissia Göttingen, Fuhist Class, New Series, Vol 3, No 2. Masudi, Al. Mahudai, Les Prairies d'Or, ed. ETTRC Barbie de Maynard. 9 volumes Paris, 1861-77. Morgan, Jada. Mission Scientifique and Perse. Volume 2, Études géographiques, Paris, 1895. Volume 4, Recherches archéologiques, Paris, 1896. Noldic, Theodore. C. Taveri. Odorico de Pordenone. Les Voyages en Asie du Bien Heros Frère Odoric de Pordenone, Publié par Henri Cordier. Paris, 1891. Recueil de Voyages, Vol. 10, Bosley, Sir William. Travels in various countries of the East, more particularly Persia. 3 volumes London, 1819-23. A. Perkins, Justin. Residence of 8 years in Persia. Andover, Massachusetts, 1843. Peru, G. and Chippies, C. Histoire de l'art dans l'Antiquité. Volume 5, Perse, etc., Paris, 1890. Pietro della Valle. C. della Valle. Polo, Marco. The Book of Sir Marco Polo the Venetian concerning the kingdoms and marvels of the East, Tr. and ed. Sir Henry Yule. 3d ed., revised by Henri Cordier. 2 volumes London, 1903. Collinson, George. The 5 Great Monarchies of the Ancient Eastern World. 4 volumes London, 1862-7. Rawlinson, George. The 6th Great Oriental Monarchy. London, 1873. Rawlinson, George. The 7th Great Oriental Monarchy. London, 1876. Rosenberg, Fr. 66 Rick. Le Livre de Zoroaster, Zaratushtnama, de Zartusht I Baram Ben Pajdai. St. Petersburg, 1904. Sadik Isfahan. The Geographical Works of Sadik Isfani, Tr., by J.C. from original Persian manuscripts in the collection of Sir William Ouseley, the editor. London, 1832. Swartz, Paul. Iran I Mittelalter nach den Arabischen Geographien, 1. Leipzig, 1896. Shahnameh. C. Ferdowslo. List of works of reference XXIX Shatroiha Aaron. In Pahlavi texts, 1, edited by Jamispji Dastur Minukherji Jamispazana, pages 18-24, Bombay, 1897. Shatroiha Aaron. In Ayajarizariran, Shatroiha Aaron, etc., translated with notes by Jivanji Jamshedji Modi, pages 50 to 180, Bombay, 1899. Spiegel, Friedrich. Ironisk Alter Thumbskunda. 3 volumes Leipzig, 1871-8. Spiegel, Friedrich. Die Altpersisken Kylenskripten. 2d ed. Leipzig, 1881. Stahls, F., and Andreas, F. C. Persepolis. 2 volumes Berlin, 1882. Sykes, Percy M. 10,000 Miles in Persia, or 8 Years in Iran. New York, 1902. Taberi, Al. Geschichte Perser und Araber zur Zeit der Sassaniden, aus der Arabischen Chronik des Taberi, von Theodor Noldig. Leiden, 1879. Tavernier, Jean-Baptiste. 6 Travels Through Turkey and Persia to the Indies, T. R. J. Phillips. London, 1684. Texier, C.F.M. Description de Armenie, La Perse, et la Mesopotamie. 2 volumes Paris, 1842-52. Tha Alibi, Al. Histoire des Rois des Perses. Texte arabe publié et traduit par Zotenberg. Paris, 1900. Tomaschek, Wilhelm. Zur historischen Topografik von Persien. In SBD Philhist Class D Kais. Akkad. Dewis. Ziovine, 102, 1883, pages 145 to 231. Weeks, Edwin Lord. From the Black Sea Through Persia and India. New York, 1896. Weisbach, F.H., and Bang, W1. Lieferung. Leipzig, 1893. Die Altpersisken Kyllenschriften. Weisbach, F.H. Die Akameniden Schriften zweiter Art. Leipzig, 1890. West, E.W. Pahlavi Literature. In Grundriss der Iranische Philologie, 2. 75 to 129, Strasbourg, 1896-1904. West, E.W. Pahlavi Texts. 5 volumes Oxford, 1880-97. Sacred Books of the East, Volumes 5, 18, 24, 37, 47. Wilson, Charles. Handbook for Travelers in Asia Minor, Transcaucasia, Persia, etc. London, 1895. Wilson, S. G. Persian Life and Customs. New York, 1895. Yakut. Geographisches Wörterbuch, ed. Wie Istenfeld. Leipzig, 1866, Yakut. Dictionnaire géographique, historique, et littéraire de la Perse, extrait du Gemel Bolden de Yakut, Parc Barbie de Maynard. Paris, 1861. Zotenberg, H. Ctha Alibi. Abbreviations ABH. Equals Abhandlung. AH equals, Anno Hijri, Mohammedan Era. AJP. Equals American Journal of Philology. Artax. PERS equals Inscriptions of Artaxerxes at Persepolis. At. Equals Avestan. BD equals Bundischen. BH equals Behistan inscription of Darius. BYT. Equals Pahlavi Bamanyasht, C equals, circa, about. D equals died. DAR. Alv. Equals inscription of Darius on Mt Alvand, Alvend, near Hamadan. DAR. PERS inscriptions of Darius at Persepolis. Ed. Equals edition of, edited by. Greek equals Greek. Ibid equals, Ibidem, in the same work. ID equals, idem, the same author. If equals Indo-Germanisk Forskungen. JAOS equals Journal of the American Oriental Society. JRAS equals Journal of the Royal Asiatic Society. JRGS equals Journal of the Royal Geographical Society. KZ equals Kunstzeitschrift für Vergleichende IE equals, loco citato, at the place previously cited. MKH equals Dina I Mainagai Kairad. Mod. PERS equals Modern Persian. NIR equals Naranjistan. NR equals Inscriptions of Darius at Nakshari Rustam. New York equals Nyash. OP equals Old Persian. OPCIT equals, Opus Citatum, the work previously cited. PERS equals Persian. Phi equals Pahlavi. Pi equals Plate. Abbreviations XXXISB equals Sitzungsbericht. SBE equals Sacred Books of the East. SEQ equals Sequentia, and the following. Sir equals Syriza. SV equals Subverba, under the word. TR equals Translation of, translated by. YD equals Vendidad. VL equals, Varialectio, variant reading. VSP equals Visperad. WZKM equals Wiener Zeitschrift für die Kunde Morgenlands equals Xerxes. PERS Inscriptions of Xerxes at Persepolis. YS equals Yasna. YT equals Yasht. ZDMG equals Zeitschrift der Deutschen Morgenlandischen Gesellschaft. ZSP equals Zatsparam. ZT equals Zeitschrift equals ZTF Assur. Zeitschrift für Assyriology. Persia Past and Present Chapter I en route for the land of the lion and the sun. I am bound to Persia, and want guilders for my voyage. A Shakespeare, Comedy of Errors, 4. 1-3. It was at the end of January, 1903, I received leave of absence from Columbia University for half a year to enable me to visit the Orient again. The previous voyage had been to India and Ceylon, 2 years before. My present goal was Persia and Central Asia. The purpose of my journey was antiquarian study and scholarly research, especially with regard to Zoroaster and the ancient faith of the Magi, for I had come early under the spell of those wise men from the East and had long felt the charm drawing me toward the province of the sun, but I hoped also to contribute something to our knowledge of Persia's present, as well as past, and to a better understanding of the relations existing between them. My plan was to traverse as much of the territory known to Zoroaster as I could, including Transcaspia and Turkestan, and to visit the places most celebrated in the history of Persia. The route which I marked in advance on the map, and was able to accomplish, carried me from the Caucasus on the north nearly to the Persian Gulf on the south, thence to Yezd in the central desert and back northward to Tehran and the Caspian Sea. Crossing this, I continued the journey into the heart of Asia, to Merv, Bokhara, and Samarkand. B12 en route for the land of the lion and the sun. It is a far cry from New York to the Caspian, more than 7,000 miles, but this distance had first to be covered before the real journey began. The first 4,000 miles of the trip by steamer and rail were uneventful. At Berlin I stayed a few days to see my teacher, Professor Karl F. Geldner, whose writings first inspired me with an interest in Persia, and to make some visits among old friends, as well as calls upon my officials, before starting on 48-hour journey to St. Petersburg, where I found my friend and former pupil Mr. Montgomery Schuyler, Jr., then a secretary at the American Embassy. I had brought with me official letters of recommendation from Washington to St. Petersburg, as well as to Tehran and Tabriz, which proved an open sesame to the ministers of state, and I shall not forget the kindness of the various official representatives, Russian and American, at the capital of the Tsar. Besides this, I met with courtesies from scholar friends both there and at Moscow. They had not only been in Persia, but were well acquainted with Transcaspia and Turkestan and could give valuable suggestions for the journey. At Moscow, rich in historic memories, I had an excellent opportunity to inspect the interesting Zertshtian collection of paintings in the Tretyakov Gallery. This collection is particularly rich in paintings which illustrate Central Asian life, and they gave me a glimpse in advance of the scenes which I should see at Merv, Bokhara, and Samarkand. After a day's stay I took the weekly train deluxe bound southward toward the Caucasus, the Caspian, and the highway to Persia. For 3 full days the train rolled on through the steppe country, level and uninteresting when covered with snow. The stops were infrequent but long, and I welcomed each time the third of the set of bell signals which the Russian railways employ at their stations, because it was a sign for the journey to be resumed toward the goal I had in view. At Vladikavkaz, on the morning of the 4th day it was through Russia to the Caspian 3 Thursday, I remember I caught my first sight of the giant barrier of the Caucasus towering against a cloudy sky and frowning down on the white plain beneath. Its beetling cliffs were bare of snow in places, and here and there a deep gorge or ravine looked like the scar of some titan wound upon its sullen face. The lonely scene grew in impressive grandeur as the day wore on. The old myth of Prometheus rose before my imagination. Far in the distance I could picture the desolate Vulture Peak where the demigod lay chained in fetters because he had stolen fire from heaven as a boon for men. Well might the suffering benefactor of mankind have longed for the sun to rise and dispel the hoarfrost at dawn, or, when scorched by the heat and torn by the ravening bird, have yearned for starry-curdled night to hide day's sheen. I could hear faint echoes of the dialogue with low and mutterings of the Titan's curse against the wrath of Zeus. Little did I dream when I read Prometheus in college days that I should ever see the place where Aeschylus had laid his tragic scene. The streams rushing from the mountains and the flocks of sheep huddled together in the open places of the snow recalled to my mind the story of Calchas and the Golden Fleece. I learned en route that tradition tells how the shepherds of bygone days were wont to find grains of gold clinging to the new shorn fleece when they lifted it from the stream where it was washed, because the mountain torrent had left a golden deposit amid the woolly strands. The legend of the rich reward seems not to be quite forgotten. For a moment, Greek mythology, classic reminiscences, and thoughts of college days made me forget that the land of my quest was Iran, not Hellas, and that I was seemingly deserting the Orient for Greece. I had to recall myself once more to the east. All day the railway skirted the great plain beneath the Caucasus, which was never more than 20 miles distant. 1 Aeschylus, Prometheus bound, 20 seq4 en route for the land of the lion and the sun. The scenery at this time of the year was barren and dreary. Hardly a trace of vegetation was visible except where the wind had blown a space bare in the snow and revealed a possible promise of verdure when spring should come. Flocks of sheep and goats were to be seen wherever a bit of fodder could be found, and scant herds of rugged cattle lounged disconsolately about. I was interested in watching the changes in the types of the people as the journey progressed. Some of the natives represented to perfection the type of the Scythian shepherd in antiquity. They wore huge sheepskin coats and had their feet wrapped in coarse bagging which was lashed about the legs with thongs. Their heads were covered with a cap of heavy fur which was almost indistinguishable from the shock of hair and heavy beard. Few looked a little more modern because of the long rifle with which they stood guard over their flocks. Most of them had the shambling gait of the East and the Oriental fashion of squatting, which was particularly noticeable around the railway stations. All of them had dark complex irons which looked weather-beaten and coarse. The Iranian type of features grew more and more pronounced as the Caspian was approached, and I could recognize distinct likenesses to the Pathans and Waziris, those Afghan tribesmen of Iranian blood, whom I had seen in the Khyber Pass 2 years before. It is clear that Iran begins ethnologically with the Caucasus and the Caspian, the historic borderland between Europe and Asia, although the Russian frontier line today has encroached 100 or 2 miles over the old Persian border. Darkness had fallen when the train arrived at Petrovsk, but through the gloom I could catch sight of the white waves of the Caspian lashed into foam by the wintry winds. Before daylight the next morning, Friday, March 6, I had reached Baku. Instead of proceeding thence across the Caspian to Tehran, which would have been more convenient in many ways, I decided to continue the journey to Tiflis in order to the old citadel of Tiflis. General view of Tiflis from Baku to Tiflis. 5 Enter Persia through Azerbaijan, the region which gave birth to Zoroaster, as I believe. The journey from Baku to Tiflis by rail occupies about 14 hours. Great part of the route traverses the southern side of the Caucasus Range, along whose northern base we coasted the day before. The scenery is less magnificent, but the plain is rich, and the mountain range on the south, running parallel with its sister chain on the north, from the Caspian to the Black Sea, looks higher because of its proximity to the railway. The cattle visible on the plain were of the same general character as the day before, but troop after troop of camels showed that the east had been reached. Some of these had rough blankets thrown over their backs to protect them from the rigors of the weather, as the climate was a contrast to that of the desert where they had been bred. The Persian buffalo could be seen here and there, and all were busily engaged in nibbling the few traces of prospective grass that could be found in the plain. There is little of interest to note on the way from Baku to Tiflis, but about halfway between the two cities the railroad passes the town of Elizabethpol, which was originally the Persian town of Ganja, its name having been changed when the Russians took possession of the place in 1804. Its mosque near the bazaar is said to have been erected by the Persian monarch Shah Abbas in the 17th century, and numerous ancient remains in the neighborhood show the antiquity of the city. Its chief claim upon our interest perhaps is the fact that Ganja was the home of the Persian poet Nizami, who died there about the year AD 1203. This romantic minstrel sang of the love of Khosrow for the Armenian princess Shirin and the tragic passion of her artist lover Farhad, besides telling the legendary adventures of Alexander in epic strain and recounting old tales with imaginative grace. That whole afternoon of my journey the sky had for me a 1 CP 226, below 6 en route for the land of the lion and the sun poetic coloring. The sunshine was tempered by clouds which imparted a tinge of melancholy. There was a faint suggestion of spring in the air, but dusk and its accompanying chill came early, and evening had already closed in before Tiflis was reached. The night turned out clear and cold. The lamps of the terraced town shone bright like a myriad lights in the blue, and gave a fairy-like effect to the scene. Much of this impression was dispelled by day, but this was not due to lack of good accommodations at the Hotel de Londres, which is one of the last places for bidding adieu to Western comforts before entering Persia. The Michaelis Bridge over the Kara at Tiflis, the Caucasian Museum, Tiflis, Chapter 2 Tiflis, the capital of Transcaucasia, Parthians and Medes and Elamites, and the dwellers in Mesopotamia, and in Judea and Cappadocia, in Pontus and Asia. New Testament, Acts 2. 9. Tiflis is a combination of Orient and Occident. It is one of those cities in which Western civilization has been welded onto Eastern custom, but the signs of the joining will never disappear. Its languages are as many as those at the Gift of Tongues at Pentecost, and its types are as multifarious as a union of ancient and modern life can bring together. Along its crowded thoroughfares the sheepskin-clad dweller of the Caucasus rubs elbows with the Armenian, Georgian, Persian, Kurd, Turk, and Tartar, or moves side by side with the European dressed in broadcloth. The ever-shifting groups and constantly changing colors rival a kaleidoscope in variety. The winding alleys of the native quarters, the mazes of the bazaars, and the crowded passages between the booths are quite oriental, but the European sections of the town, with broad streets, long avenues, and large squares, are occidental and show the evidences of Russian advance. Being the capital of Transcaspia, Tiflis is the head of the civil and military authority, as well as the seat of government. Its growth commercially has been remarkable in recent years. Its busy heart throbs with the double pulse of East and West, and its claim to 160,000 inhabitants seems not at all exaggerated. Historically, Tiflis is a place of interest also, as it was the capital of ancient Georgia. It is said to have owed much of 7-8 Tiflis, the capital of Transcaucasia, its original renown to the Georgian Emperor Vakhtang Gurgislan, in the 5th century of our era, who was attracted to the place by the health-giving properties of its sulfur baths. The qualities of these hot springs are especially mentioned by the Arab traveler Ibn Hawqal, in the 10th century, who states that the water is warm without fire, and adds, Tiflis is a pleasant place and abounds in provisions, it has 2 walls of clay and produces much fruit, and agriculture is practiced in its territories. In the latter part of the 14th century it suffered, in common with most cities of Asia, the misfortune of being plundered by Timur-Lang, or Tamerlane. Its general development as a metropolis, though menaced at times by the Turks, went on under Persian rule until 1801, when the Russians took possession of Tiflis, and it has remained ever since under the sway of Russian authority, although riots and uprisings, due to the unruly character of the mixed population of the Caucasus, have occurred from time to time. The town is situated partly upon a hill, the site of the ancient citadel, and approaches another elevation to the north and east, so that the city has a somewhat terraced effect. Through the middle of it, running from northwest to southeast and roughly dividing it in half, flows the river Kara, the Cyrus of the ancients. On either side of this rapid stream, and forming the southern part of the town, are the native quarters of Tiflis, the Georgian section, of Flabar, being on the east, or left, bank, the bazaars on the west, or right, bank. Adjoining the bazaars as we look northward, and still on the same side of the river, is the Russian quarter, with its fine edifices, broad avenues, and imposing Alexander Garden as a center. Crossing the river from this point by one of its several bridges, we enter the German district, which extends northward from the Georgian quarter and owes its name to a colony of sturdy dissenters from Wiertemberg, who were among a number that left the fatherland early in the last one. Ibn Haukel, Tr. Osley. p. 160. The Caucasian Museum 9th century because of certain religious differences of opinion and made Tiflis their adopted home. In the Russian quarter are stately buildings devoted to administration, the post, and banking, together with churches, theaters, clubs, shops, hotels, residences official and private, parks, and gardens, all of which show the introduction of Western ideas. One of the most interesting edifices is the Caucasian Museum with its rich collection of illustrative material relating to the region lying between the Caspian and the Black Sea. Here the student will find a storehouse of antiquarian wealth amassed with care and judgment by Dr. Gustav Rad, who devoted years of his life to the cause. When I arrived at Tiflis, I learned that this enthusiastic and scholarly collector was seriously ill with what eventually proved to be his last sickness. Despite his feeble condition, he insisted upon my coming to call at his bedside and sent a special guide to conduct me around the museum. The kindly greeting which he gave me and the gentle farewell that followed I shall always remember. The museum well repays a careful visit. As a special COL lection to illustrate the natural history, flora and fauna, ethnology, and archaeology of the Caucasus region, a region particularly interesting as being the bridge between Asia and Europe, it is unmatched. Two exhibits of aquatic life and land animals around the Caspian Sea particularly interested me because of their being referred to in the Avesta, or Zoroastrian Bible. One of these was a fine specimen of the giant sturgeon, known as the Accipenser huso, a fish 15 feet or more long, and mentioned in the Avesta, as I believe, under the name of Karamasia, or a arfish. The other was a group of wild boars, admirably mounted by the taxidermists so as to display all the fierceness and combativeness of the varja, or wild boar, described in the Zoroastrian texts to us of the West. The chief attraction of Tiflis lies not in its 1 CVD 1942, YT 14, 29, Pahlavi VSP 1, BD 18. 3, etc. 2 GYT 1415 SEQ 10 Tiflis, the capital of Transcaucasia. European features, but in its oriental side and the remains quickly it shows of an older civilization. Survival of Oriental medievalism is seen in the fortress which crowns the height overlooking the city and commands the town with its old-time battlements. Still older are the remains of a tower and ruined aqueduct which overlook the botanical garden to the south of Tiflis. The bridges that cross the river Kara, Cyrus, and connect the two halves of the city are partly old and partly new. The most interesting, perhaps, because most crowded, is the bridge of the Tartar which leads to one of the sections of the native bazaars. These bazaars are not so oriental as the Persian bazaars, but their crowded booths, the variety of wares displayed, and the bargains they offer in Dagestan rugs and Caucasian armor, afford an attractive place of visit for those who have not traveled in the East before. During my stay of 3 or 4 days at Tiflis I gathered some additional information regarding the Yazidis, or devil worshippers, a people to whom my attention had previously been drawn in connection with my studies about Zoroaster and the religion of ancient Persia. Swedish missionary, the Reverend E. John Larson and his wife, who have done much evangelistic work among the Yazidis of Tiflis and the vicinity and have thus become familiar with their manners, customs, and beliefs, were my informants. The Yazidis are chiefly found in the Caucasus, Armenia, and Kurdistan, although they are scattered over a considerably wider territory, their headquarters being in the province of Mosul, Mesopotamia. Owing to the persecutions which they have suffered throughout their history, their number is not large, nevertheless they are said to number 12,000 in the region of the Caucasus alone, and there are at least several hundred Yazidis living in the immediate vicinity of Tiflis. They do not speak of themselves ordinarily as Yazidis, but employ the names of their respective tribes or adopt by preference the term Dasna, a tribal designation in the neighborhood of ruined tower and aqueduct overlooking the botanical garden the Tartar Maidan at Tiflis. The Yazidis, or devil worshippers 11 Mosul, close to the site of ancient Nineveh, which was one of the original homes of the religion. Various explanations have been proposed for the name Yazildi, among them one which associates it with Yazd, the Persian word for God, as the Yazidis undeniably believe in a God, although they do not ordinarily speak of him. Second suggestion is to connect it with the town of Yazd. Third seeks to derive the name from Yazid, the detested Musulman caliph who slew Hussein, the grandson of Mohammed, for Yazid is fabled to have been a champion of their faith. But none of these suggestions seem very satisfactory. 1. According to the belief of the Yazidis, God, the creator of heaven and earth, first made from his own essence 6 other divinities, the sun, the moon, and the principal stars, and these joined with him in creating the angels. The devil, who was God's own creation, rebelled against his Lord and was cast into hell. He afterward repented of his sin, did penance for 7,000 years, and shed tears of contrition which fill 7 vessels that will be used at the day of judgment to quench the fires of the 7 hells. God in his mercy pardoned the recreant, restored him to heavenly rank, made him one with himself, and forbade the angels to look with scorn upon their reinstated brother. Inasmuch as God's grace thus forgave and exalted even Satan himself, man should not look with hatred upon this so-called representative of evil. On this account the Yazidis never allow the name of Satan to pass their lips, avoiding even a syllable that suggests the word, and shrinking with horror from any mention of the devil by others. They venerate his sacred majesty under the name of Malik Tdus, King Peacock, a title which they apply to the Holy Ifa. For further details on this and the general subject of the Yazidis, see my new article Yazidi in the International Encyclopedia, 17. 939, my note in Jags. 25 178-181, Spiro, Lee Yazidi, New Chattel, 1900, in Builetin SOC New Chattel. Geographic 12. 275 SEQ, Adams, Persia by a Persian, pages 497-509, Grand Rapids, Michigan, 1900, Laird, Nineveh and its Remains, Part 1, ch 9, pages 270-325, London, 1854, ID Nineveh and Babylon, London, 1863. 12 Tiflis, the capital of Transcaucasia. Standard, Sanjak, or symbol of their religion, Hwikli is a peacock, conventionalized in their art so as almost to resemble a cock. Malik Taz revealed himself in the form of a handsome youth with a peacock's tail when he appeared in a vision before Sheikh Adi, the prophet of the faith. I have sometimes thought that this reverence shown for the power of evil may be similar in character to the propitiatory sacrifice offered in ancient times to the divinity beneath the earth by Ames Tris, the wife of Xerxes, according to Herodotus and other authorities. It seems possible also that the Devaya % Na or devil worshippers, anathematized in the Avesta, may have entertained kindred ideas about venerating the realm of darkness, and that these deities and their strange beliefs preserve traces of the devil worship in Mazandaran which Zoroaster so bitterly denounced. It is clear that the Zadi faith shows some ancient Iranian traits, such as certain marked dualistic features, a reverence for the elements, fire, water, and earth, and a belief in a father primeval, who lived before Adam and did not fall in sin. This latter belief appears to be a reminiscence of the Avestan Gaya Mertan, who lived before Mashia and Mashioi, the Iranian Adam and Eve. These deities likewise refrain from spitting upon the ground in observance as old as the Magi, nor will they pour boiling water upon the earth for fear of scalding the face of the little devils. I have often been told that if a circle be drawn on the ground around a Zadi, he will stand for hours in the middle of it without venturing to step over the charmed line, which reminds one of the Tkarshvars drawn in Avestan rites of exorcism according to the Vendidad. It is thought, moreover, that the Zadi religion shows distant survivals of the old Assyro-Babylonian worship of the sun, moon, and stars, for the faith appears to have retained the sun god Shamash under the form of Shekshems and the one Herodotus, History 7. 114, cf 3. 35 3 Abid 1. 99, 138, Xenophon, Cyropedia, 8, 1. 42 See also Adams, Persia, pages 497, 499. Yazidis, or so-called devil worship X, in Tiflis beliefs of the devil worshippers 13 moon god Sin as Sheikh Sin, an emanation of God himself. In many respects these Zadi doctrines have been influenced by Manichaeism, and its doctrines of purity, by Nestorian Christianity and especially by Mohammedanism. With each of these religions these Zadis have come into contact. They recognize Mohammed as a prophet of equal rank with Abraham and the patriarchs, and they believe that Christ was an angel in human form. One curious statement that I heard is that the Zadis sacrifice 1 sheep every year to Christ and 30 to the devil. The rite of baptism is practiced among them, and circumcision is general, but not universal. Part of their marriage ceremony consists in the bridegroom and bride dividing a piece of bread between them, but the Zadis also allow Mohammedan priests formally to officiate at their weddings and even at their funerals. They recognize, however, a regular system of priesthood of their own, headed by emir, or high priest, together with various ecclesiastics and clerical functionaries, and including an order of mendicant devotees, male and female, fakir and fakiraya. These Zadis have no sacrifices or temples in the true sense of the term, but they have a number of religious ceremonies and observe several fasts and festivals, most important among the latter being the autumnal worship of the effigy of Malik Taz, an occasion which is accompanied by offerings and prayers. Among their peculiar superstitions is a curious abhorrence for the color blue. In their daily life these Zadis are not forbidden the use of wine, as the Mohammedans are, but they do not indulge in it to excess. Nor is polygamy prohibited, although it is apparently not much practiced on account of the poverty of the people. The belief in a future life, and a system of rewards and punishments hereafter, forms part of their faith. Among these punishments is the condemnation to assume in another existence the form of some animal, for the doctrine of trans one spiro, Latezadai, pages 20, 25. 14 Tiflis, the capital of Transcaucasia migration, is a recognized one. The Zadis have a book of divine revelation, which they call Al-Yalva, and they name as its great expounder their sainted head Sheikh Adai, who lived about AD 1200.2. As to their social status, I was informed that the Zadis around Tiflis and Ayuban occupy an inferior position, and I understand that the same is true elsewhere. Their occupations at Tiflis are largely menial, as they are employed chiefly in drudgery work and as scavengers. For that reason they go clad in the meanest rags. The stories which were told me about them reminded me somewhat of the sweeper class in India, but recent Russian municipal ordinances at Tiflis have partly transferred the duties of these Zadis to other hands, so that their occupations have varied considerably within the past year or two. In general they are accustomed to live outside the town and come into the city for work during the day. The wife carries on the household duties and does the agricultural work connected with the soil. The wants of the Zadai and his family are meager, and they appear to lead contented lives. Around Tiflis, moreover, there are said to be a considerable number of Yazidis who, despite their impoverished appearance, possess considerable money. Most of the last day in Tiflis was devoted to making final preparations for my journey and to completing the necessary outfit, for Persia is still without railroads and hotels, except at Tehran, and traveling through the country is synonymous with roughing it. For caravan transport the kit should be as light and compact as possible, but a folding cot, serving alike as bed, desk, and dining table, is indispensable. European saddle and bridle, boots or riding leggings, will also be found to be a sign one. For general details see my note, JLO/S. 25-181, Adams, Persia, pages 499, 505-506, Spiro IESFE2, ZD, pages 14, 286, 16, 288, 29, 301. To go my informant, but Adams, Persia by a Persian, p. 501, says about the middle of the 10th century. Types of Yazidis, or devil worshippers, at Tiflis Citadel, another view, making up a kit for the journey 15 Kwanan. As for clothing, it is well to remember that the cold in the mountains is intense in winter and the heat of the deserts is equally extreme in summer. In either case dark smoked glasses will be found to be a great protection against the snow, sun, or dust. Besides the necessary cooking utensils and traveling articles, I took also an extra supply of straps, padlocks, 2 cameras, some books, including a map, several knickknacks for gifts, and sundry other things which one is likely to need on a long journey. For packing this outfit my experience showed that 2 stout leather suitcases and a portmanteau were sufficient, if supplemented by some native pouches. It is important above all in caravanning to have several small bundles, rather than 1 or 2 large ones, for the parcels can thus be more easily distributed so as to balance equally on the pack horse. At the hotel I engaged the services of a Georgian guide, Old Rustum, to conduct me to the frontier. His name pleased me because of its historic associations with Rustum, the Persian hero. As a guide he was well informed and reliable, and well equipped linguistically, since he spoke no less than 6 languages. French was our medium of communication. The luggage, including camp bed and saddle, was dexterously packed, the final arrangements were all completed, and before many hours I was on the train, started for a trip of 15 more hours to Yerevan, where the railroad now ends beneath the shadow of Mount Ararat. Chapter 3 Yerevan, Mount Ararat, and the road to the Persian border. The ark rested upon the mountains of Ararat. Old Testament, Genesis 8. 4 Towards sunset on the following day, as the train approached the ancient town of Yerevan, I caught my first view of Mount Ararat, crested with clouds and wrapped in snow over which the sun shed a soft roseate hue. Rising solitary from the plain, not backed by ranges of lesser hills, Ararat possesses a lonely grandeur which makes it a fitting place for the ark to have rested upon at the solemn death hour of an older race and the birth of a new generation. This stupendous mountain, which comprises 2 contiguous bases, lifts its huge mass nearly 17,000 feet above sea level, or 14,000 above the surrounding plain. The summit of the larger peak, known as Great Ararat, is 16,916 feet high, and is crowned with eternal snow. The crest of Little Ararat, 7 miles distant, is 12,840 feet, and it is hardly less impressive. Both peaks owe their origin to forces of a volcanic nature, and a great chasm, thousands of feet deep, torn in the northwestern side of Great Ararat, lays bare the dead giant's heart. The Avesta mentions Ararat, it is thought, under the name of Mazishvant, YT. 19.2, a term which recalls Maces, the designation given it by the Armenians, who believe it to be the mountain on which the ark rested, having taken over the tradition of the deluge with their acceptance of Christianity. 1 for an excellent description of Ararat and an account of an ascent to its top, see Lynch, Enia, 1. 142 to 199, London, 1901. 16 Mount Ararat, near Ayavan Rustom, My Georgian Guide to the Frontier I, Mount Ararat 17 The Persian name for it is Kohina, Noah's Mountain, while the Tartars merely call it Akri Dak, Steep Mountain, the name given to the range running eastward. The old superstition current among the natives, to the effect that its summit cannot be reached by man, has long been dispelled, since no less than 16 different ascents by Europeans have been recorded within the past 100 years. Legends about Noah naturally cluster around Ararat and its vicinity. The place where the patriarch planted the vine and partook to excess of the juice of the grape was formerly shown near the village of Akurai, or Argurai, a hamlet whose name, by popular etymology in Armenian, is supposed to mean he, Noah, planted the vine, Arkur, whence the modern form Argurai. In like manner the spot where he built an altar and offered burnt sacrifices to Jehovah used to be pointed out, as well as a stunted willow sprung from a plank of the ark. 3 These relics were swept away by a terrific earthquake which took place in the chasm near Akura, July 2, 1840, overwhelming the village and destroying its inhabitants. From the descriptions by those who survived the cataclysm it must have resembled the terrors of the Day of Judgment. For 2 nights I slept a frozen sleep at Ayavan beneath the heights of Ararat. The so-called hotel at which I lodged was one merely in name and sign, and I almost perished with the cold. I look back with a shiver at the experience in those uncomfortable quarters, but later, when I became acquainted with exposure in Persian mud hovels, I thought that the hostelry may not actually have been so bad as it seemed. Ayavan is the capital of Russian Armenia and a place of nearly 30,000 inhabitants. Its history is obscure, but local tradition is naturally not loath to carry the origin of the one the ark is alluded to in the Quran, ch. 29. 2 On this mistaken folk etymology, see Hiebschman, Die Altermenisken Ortsnamen, in Indo-Germanisk Forskungen, 16. 395, Strasbourg, 1904. G. Wilson, Persian Life, p. 46 Lynch, Armenia, 1. 182-18 Ayavan and the road to the Persian border town back to the days of Noah. The name Ayavan, according to some authorities, stands for Aravan and is derived from the Armenian Aravan, appearance, since dry land first made its appearance here after Noah's flood. According to others, it owes its origin to the legendary king or hero's eponymous Iravand, or to the Armenian leader Iravand or Ervand, who was overthrown by the Persians in the 1st century of our era. The one etymology is as unlikely as the other. According to the Armenian historian, John Catholicos, Ayavan was a place of considerable size in the 7th century, although we know little if anything about it till the 16th, when the possession of Ayavan became a bone of contention between the Persians and the Ottoman Turks. The question was finally settled in 1827, when the Russians took possession of the city. The bazaars accordingly show abundant evidence of the Russian occupation and advance in trade, and I was able at Ayavan to add to my kit a number of European necessaries not ordinarily found in Asiatic marts. In its general characteristics Ayavan is Oriental, not Occidental, but it does not show the many signs of antiquity which might be expected of its age. This is largely due to the frequent wars between the Turks and the Persians, wars rendered more cruel by reason of the bitter hatred that exists between the rival Mohammedan sects of Sunnis and Shias to which the two nations respectively belong. These conflicts have helped to destroy numerous monuments which Ayavan must have boasted in the past. There are still some mosques and minarets worthy of attention, but the chief memorial of the Persian period is the Palace of the Governors, or Sargers, 1 C. Lynch, Armenia, 1. 209 sec. For the name Iravand, see Justi, Iranisches Namenbuch, p. 89. 2 Hlibschman, Iv. 16425. 3 John Catholicos wrote in the 11th century, compiling the annals of his country down to the year A.D., 925, Lynch, A. Imenia, 1210, and 2. The fact that the Arab traveller Ibn Hawqal does not mention Ayuban in the 10th century, nor Yakut in the 12th, can hardly be used as an argument, as John Catholicos flourished between these two writers. Ayuban Armenian Chukach and monastery at Ekmiadzin, the monastery of Ekmiadzin near Ayuban 19 adjoining a mosque whose dome is decorated with colored tiles and inlaid arabesques. The palace itself forms part of a fortified enclosure overlooking the Zangi River, which sweeps beneath its mud walls. Although falling into decay, the audience hall of the palace still shows signs of former splendor, with fretted ceilings inlaid in Persian style with tiny mirrors, and with walls adorned by historic paintings. Among the more modern portraits is that of Fath Ali Shah, the great-great-grandfather of the present Shah, but the paintings which interested me most were those of Sarab and Rustam, whose fatal conflict Matthew Arnold has retold from Firdausi, and of Farah Mertz, Rustam's second son. At the end of the great chamber was a huge latticed window, whose panels were inlaid with small patines of colored glass, through which the sun shone with a rich iridescence. The view through this dazzling frame as the afternoon faded was fine. Far in the distance, but ever close at hand, loomed snow-clad Ararat beneath the palace walls, and the buttresses of the fort swept the river Zangi, held in check only by its precipitous banks. A caravan wended its way slowly across the bridge, and through the deserted Hall of Princes shone a gleam of sunlight reflecting the splendor of bygone days. The greater part of my second day at Ayuban was spent in a visit to the Armenian church and monastery of Ekmiadzin, about 13 miles distant, near the village of Vadershapat. This celebrated cloister is the seat of the Catholicos, or Patriarch, of the Armenian Church. It is said to have been founded by Gregory the Illuminator, who converted the Armenians to Christianity early in the 4th century, and relics of the saint are preserved among its treasures. The library contains a valuable collection of Armenian manuscripts, among which I noted some particularly fine copies of the Gospels. The most recent notes on these are by Millet, Journal Asiatique, 165, 10th Sir 14, pages 487 to 507, Paris, 1904, id Quelques Evangeliaires Arméniens Accentueux, extra. From Des Mémoires Orientaux, Paris, 1905. 20. Ayuban and the road to the Persian border. Ancient boundary stones inscribed with cuneiform characters, not Persian, a rich assortment of Parthian, Roman, and Sasanian coins, and many other objects of interest to the archaeological student. The priest who conducted me through the various buildings had studied Oriental languages under my teacher Geldner in Berlin, so that we had a bond of sympathy at once, and excellent opportunities were afforded me to see the collections. The next afternoon I arranged to leave Ayuban for Julfa on the Persian border. It was now necessary to procure a post-chaise, as the railroad had been laid no farther than Ayuban, but I had the greatest difficulty in obtaining any sort of a conveyance. Party of Russian engineers had first claim on all horses, as they were on their way to Persia to build for the government macadamized roads, over which the railway lines can be laid down later. At last a vehicle was secured. It was a heavy phaeton, with a large leather hood over the back, and it was drawn by 4 horses. There was much ado in getting the baggage lashed securely on behind, and after many delays and petty annoyances the journey was finally begun. Progress was difficult and slow. Ice, snow, and slimy mud filled the roads and rendered speed impossible. The inner court of the first caravanserai at which we halted looked like a lake, although the room on each side of the entrance was habitable. I took the one on the right, as the left was already occupied by rough natives who wore heavy sheepskin caps and were armed with daggers and long guns. If there had been any Armenians among them, presume my Georgian guide Rustam would have called them hogs, for he muttered koshon every time we passed a group of Armenians on the road. I was too tired to take particular notice of my surroundings and was glad at the haste with which Rustam arranged my camp bed. In an instant I was asleep. Shortly after midnight I awoke with a start. Dark figure Ekmiadzin in the snow bazaar of Yerevan from Aryan to Julfa 21 with long ebon beard and black cowl concealing the face stood at the foot of my cot. In the uncertain light the form looked like that of a giant. I grasped instinctively for revolver, but a salutation came from the muffled lips, and I saw that the newcomer had no malicious intent. He was accompanied by an elderly woman, robed partly in black, and she nodded a silent greeting. Both used Russian, but spoke very little. We interchanged civilities and cigarettes, but I did not inquire about the purpose of their journey, nor they about mine. As we were to start before daylight, I made no attempt to sleep again, and in a couple of hours I had resumed my seat in my post-chaise, followed by the vehicle of fellow travelers. The darkness was thick, the snow blinding, and the road was continually blocked by trains of camels, caravan succeeding caravan in endless procession. I counted 200 of these dromedaries in less than a quarter of an hour. They were chained in strings of 8, 10, or a dozen, and their heavy bells, dogging monotonously as each one passed, made the count easy. Toward dawn I could catch a glimpse of the wagon of our companions following through the snow. Across the front of their vehicle was a long, narrow box, and I then learned that it was an empty coffin in which the woman was to bring back the body of one of her sons, who had died 10 days before in a remote district. I now knew the reason for her traveling through the storm. The return journey must have been even more sad for her. The sunless day was passed driving mile after mile in the teeth of biting sleet and hail. Face was frostbitten, my hands were chapped, and altogether I suffered severely from the cold, relieved only when we halted at a post house for a change of horses. I did not, however, mind the discomfort so much as might be expected, since something new was constantly occurring in this desolate region shrouded in snow, one the Persian camel bell dongs rather than dings. 22. Yerevan and the road to the Persian border, and I enjoyed the novelty of the experiences. Once a wolf skulked across the plain near our path, but it was too dark for a shot, and he disappeared into the gloom. We traveled on through the night until we reached Nakhichevan, or Nakhjavan, where there was a chance for a slight rest. This place was known to the Greek geographer Ptolemy, in the 2nd century AD, as Naxoana, but it lays claim to far greater antiquity, since tradition and popular etymology make it Noah's first station, Armenian Nakhichevan, after he came from the Ark, and his reputed tomb is shown as a sacred shrine. 2 Ibn Hawkal, among others, mentions Nakhjavan in the 10th century of our era, and Yakut, 200 years later, tells something of its history, for events of considerable moment have taken place there, and we know that, situated near the river Aras, it has been several times the scene of bloody encounters between warring armies. Ridiculously enough, my recollections of Nakhichevan are chiefly associated with the excellent bread I found at the rest house, in contrast to the Persian bread on which I had afterward to subsist. Finally, in the forenoon of Saturday, March 14, I reached Julfa, on the Aras, the ancient Araxes. In the classic writers this river was proverbial for its swift current, whose rushing descent from the Armenian mountains carried away the bridges in the winter time, so that Virgil calls it the stream intolerant of any span. Pontum indignatus Araxes. The river is now the boundary between Persia and Russia, although historically the confines of Iran have always extended far beyond the Aras. At Julfa an incident occurred in connection with the Russian export customs for which I was not prepared. The customs officers, when examining my baggage, kept asking only one Ptolemy, Geographic 5. 13, 941. 2 C. Wilson, Persian Life, p. 47, Perkins, 8 Years in Persia, p. 134, Andover, 1843, and, On the Fanciful Etymology, consult Libshmanu, if. 16455. Sin Hawkal, p. 165, Yakut, Tr. Barbie de Maynard, pages 561, 565, and 1. *CF Lynch, Armenia, 1. 345. Virgil, J. Aeneid, 8. 728 Crossing the Aras 23 Question, but I did not understand Russian, nor did they know either French, German, or English. The inspection came to a standstill, therefore, until old Rustam, who had not previously been allowed to enter the customs lines, was summoned. In answer to the inspector's query he promptly asserted that I was not carrying arms, to which I responded as promptly that I had a revolver at my belt. Straightforward reply cost me the pistol, as a new tariff law forbade the exporting of firearms to Persia, but my honesty was repaid by my not having to see the weapon confiscated, and permission was granted me to send it back to Tiflis by Rustam. The person to whom I consigned it afterward presented the weapon to an American missionary whose revolver had been stolen on a journey. I parted with the pistol with regret, and afterward when alone in remote places in Persia I several times missed the steel companion with heart of lead. The customs examination being finished, I said goodbye to Rustam, since he could accompany me no farther, being a Russian subject and therefore not allowed to leave the Tsar's kingdom without permission. I had to cross the Aras alone. Standing on the shore and awaiting some means of transport, I felt with Troilus like a strange soul upon the Stygian bank, staying for waftage. Charon's boat, which was to ferry me over this Persian Styx, arrived at last. It came in the form of a rude scow made of coarse planks knocked together in the roughest possible fashion. Fiends clamoring for obels held the oars, dropping them eagerly to grasp bakshish or clenching the fist to demand more. Fortunately the crossing was quickly effected, and when we reached the Iranian Lethes wharf I quite forgot the dark past, remembering only the joy of awakening in the longed-for paradise of the province of the Sunday. Chapter 4 Persia, the land, and its history, and our interest in the country. What have we to do with Kaikobad the Great, or Kaiko Serd? Fitzgerald, Buabyat of Omar Khayyam, 10. My father's kingdom, said Cyrus the Younger, extends so far to the south that men cannot live there because of the heat, and northward to where they cannot exist because of the cold. This proud boast may be taken almost literally, for Persia is a land of extremes, from the frigid winters of the high altitudes of Azerbaijan to the torrid summers of the Persian Gulf, but the climate in the interior as a whole is temperate when we consider the latitude Shiraz, for example, being farther south than Lahore in Upper India. This fact is sometimes lost sight of. Geographically the country of Persia is a great tableland, the plateau of Iran which extends beyond its eastern borders into Afghanistan and covers altogether an area nearly 1/5 as large as the United States. Mountains with rocky passes guard the approach at almost every point of the frontier and run their barriers into the interior to hold back the great deserts which threaten to invade from the east. Part of the vast tableland is well watered, but there are no rivers in Persia that are worthy of the name, and most of them lose their streams in the soil before becoming tributary to other bodies. In many parts of the kingdom, therefore, owing to the dearth of water, it is necessary to resort to irrigation in order to convert other Xenophon, Anabasis, 1. 7-6. 24 The Duolaphoifres of archers from Susa, one of the great nations of antiquity. 25 Wise arid districts into arable lands or to prevent them from sinking back into barren wastes. Irrigation was synonymous with righteousness in the old Zoroastrian religion, and agriculture a religious duty. The soil of the country responds rapidly to tillage, and there are districts in Persia which are accounted among the most fertile in the world. Over this wide and varied expanse of territory there is spread a population which is estimated at more than 10 million souls. The number is not large for the area occupied, and Persia is not counted as a densely settled country. Ethnologically the people are of Aryan stock, but they show an admixture of foreign blood introduced by conquest or due to contact with border nations. This latter is especially true in the case of the strong infusion of Turkish and Tartar blood in the northwest and northeast. In general the inhabitants of Farsistan, the original Persis, have remained freest from foreign elements and have preserved more nearly the Persian type of Darius, who boasts in his inscription that he is a Persian, the son of a Persian, an Aryan and of Aryan blood. Purest of all, perhaps, though few in number, are the Zoroastrians, who have maintained the old Iranian religion and have never intermarried with alien races. Historically, Persia is one of the great nations of antiquity. Of all the eastern countries which came into contact with Greece and Rome, Persia alone has preserved her independence. Her monarchs have been rulers for 3,000 years, and the Shah on the peacock throne today may boast his claim as inheritor of King Jamshid's legendary rule, as well as the scepter of the Median diocese and the crown of Cyrus the Great. Bactria, Media, and Persia were the three historic kingdoms of Iran. Bactria, whose dynasties are partly legendary, was subjugated by Media after the latter, under Deioces, had thrown off the Assyrian yoke about BC 708. For Orts, his one inscr. Nakhshari Rustam, a 13-15. 26 Persia, the land, and its history, son and successor, BC 647-625, and Cyaxares, his grandson, BC 625-685, were wise and powerful rulers, extending the sway of Media as far as Egypt, but Astyages, the son of Cyaxares, proved a feeble monarch, and Media forfeited her supremacy. The province of Persia, led by Cyrus, revolted against her. Astyages was defeated in battle, and Cyrus became king of the united Medo-Persian Empire, BC 558-530, and founder of the Achaemenian dynasty. Then followed Cambyses, his mad son, whose misrule lasted for 8 years, ending in death by his own hand, BC 522, on the way back from Egypt to recover his crown, which had been seized by a Magian priest, Gometa, called Smerdis the usurper, from his impersonating the king's dead brother. The imposture was discovered, and the false Smerdis was slain by Darius Hystaspes, who now ascended the throne, BC 522. This able monarch reorganized the empire on broad and far-reaching lines and ruled with great ability for more than 30 years, BC 522-486. Signs of weakness had already shown themselves, however, in the unsuccessful attempt of Darius to invade Greece, but these marks of decadence became more and more manifest in the reigns of Xerxes and Artaxerxes, until the tottering throne of the Achaemenids fell when Darius III, Codominus, was conquered by Alexander the Great and afterward perished, BC 323. The Grecian arms thus proved triumphant over the Persians within the borders of Iran, as they already had at Marathon, Salamis, and Platzi. The invasion and partial subjugation of Persia by Alexander resulted in the establishment of the Greco-Bactrian government of the Seleucids, which lasted for 70 years and was followed by the Parthian dynasty, which ruled the fortunes of Persia for 5 centuries, BC 258-226. They in turn yielded to the triumphant ascendancy of the Iranian house of Sasan, who restored the Zoroastrian faith as state religion and dreamed of forming a great national power. Their rule lasted over 4 centuries, AD 226-651, but their hope of established v Darius III defeated by Alexander in the Battle of Elsus, Pompeian mosaic in Naples Museum, Yazdagerd High slain in a mill at Merv, from the Columbia University manuscript of the Shahnameh, from Cyrus to the present Shah 27ing a world empire was shattered by the Arab invasion, which resulted in the conquest of Persia and the overthrow of the Zoroastrian dynasty of the Sasanids, AD 651. With the death of Yazdagerd III, who was treacherously slain in that year after being defeated in battle, the Sasanid line came to an end. The Zoroastrian faith, which had been the state religion for more than 1,000 years, was deposed, and Islam took its place as the national religion of Iran. The centuries which followed were often marked by misrule, invasion, and even foreign rule. Succession of longer or shorter-lived dynasties, like the Umayyads, AD 661-749, Abbasids, 749-847, Ghaznavids, 961-1186, Seljuks, about 1030-1200, the Mongols under Yengiz Khan, 1162-1227, and under his grandson Hulagu, d. 1265, who maintained his court at Maraga, and the Tartars under Timur Lang, d. 1405, and his successors, fill the pages of Persia's history until the 15th century. At the end of the 16th, Persia saw the rise of a great sovereign, Shah Abbas, 1585 to 1628, who wielded the scepter alike with regal power and magnificence, and at his court representatives of European potentates were received and entertained with pomp. His successors unfortunately proved inferior in ability, and the Afghans invaded Persia in the 18th century and contributed to the general disorganization that lasted until about the year 1789. The Qajar dynasty was then established by Aga Muhammad Shah, the eunuch monarch, who was succeeded by his nephew Fath Ali Shah, 1798, and he in turn by Muhammad Shah, 1835, and this line has held the Persian throne ever since. The scope of this book does not permit my touching upon the past or present relations between Persia and the Occident, or making any forecasts as to the future. I shall also forego saying anything about the social institutions of modern Persia as compared with ancient Iran. In religion, however, Persia has played so important a part not wholly laid aside. 28. Persia, the land, and its history. That some idea of her religious history must be given in order to make clear many points in the chapters which follow. Zoroastrianism was the ancient faith of Iran and is important because of the likenesses which it presents to Judaism and Christianity. Phase of this religion known as Mithraism penetrated into the Roman world during the early Christian ages and spread so rapidly in many parts of Europe that altars were set up and cave temples built to celebrate the mysteries of the Persian divinity Mithra and to glorify this personification of light, the sun, and truth. Furthermore, the system of Manichaeism, which sprang up on Persian soil, was powerful enough to compete for a time with Neoplatonism and Christianity for the religious and intellectual supremacy of the Roman Empire. Mohammedanism is the religion of Persia today, as she accepted Islam at the time of the Arab conquest, but Persia belongs to the Shiite sect of the faith and acknowledges Ali, Muhammad's first cousin and son-in-law, as the Prophet's successor in opposition to the Sunnite branch of Islam. She is in fact the chief representative of Shi'ism and has been largely instrumental in the growth of this factional movement which divides the Mohammedan world with a bloody schism. In Persia, moreover, within the last 70 years a new religious movement, eclectic in its character and known as Babism, has sprung up and assumed such proportions as to menace the universal supremacy of Mohammedanism in Iran and even to attract attention and some followers in the Occident. In art and architecture Persia is renowned for the grandeur of some of her ancient monuments and for the beauty and decorative design of much of her later work. In both these fields she is believed to have borrowed in early times largely from Assyria and Babylon and slightly from Egypt, and later also from Greece, Rome, and Byzantium, as well as somewhat from China. Nevertheless she has dealt with the importations. 1 see pages 57 to 69, below. The portal of Xerxes at Persepolis. Religion, architecture, and language. 29 Freely, added much, and made the production so characteristically her own as often to bring forth a new creation, and if she has accepted gifts in artistic lines from China, it was only in part return for generous loans previously made to Chinese art by herself. In the domain of linguistics there are a number of points which are interesting to consider in connection with Persia. For the older languages I need only refer to the contributions which were made to comparative philology, as well as religion and history, when the Zoroastrian scriptures were discovered and the cuneiform inscriptions deciphered. The study of the Pahlavi, or Middle Persian, texts, inscriptions, coins, and gems has yielded valuable results for general history as well as for linguistic science. The modern language of Persia has an interest even for the student of English who is not an Iranian specialist, because the loss of inflections and the admixture of Arabic words in modern Persian, due to the Mohammedan conquest, may be paralleled with similar phenomena in our own tongue with its leveled case endings, analytic structure, and its vast infusion of words brought in by the Norman invasion. In the matter of linguistic purity and the avoidance of foreign words in a national epic, Ferdowsi's Shahnameh, Book of Kings, AD 1000, affords an excellent parallel to Layamon's poetic chronicle, The Brute, AD 1200. The Iranian poet is as free from the contamination of Arabic words, which later became fashionable, as the British bard from elements of Norman French origin. Our ordinary vocabulary of today owes something to Persia's so common a word as van, a heavy vehicle, is an abbreviation of caravan, which has been etymologized in the folk speech as caravan, and is as Persian as Shah, Tyra, 1 am. Indebted for suggestions to try sketch by my friend, Professor Horn, was Verton Jason Weir Fershen, in J.S. Toward UNDSM, Hep 282, p. 379, Breslau, 1900. See also Skeet, Etymological Dictionary J, p. 759, Oxford, 1882, and my address in Congress of Arts and Science, Street Lewis, 1904. 30. Persia, the land, and its history. Bakshish, and magic, from Magi. The Persian term bazaar is current in English, and shawls, sashes, awnings, turquoises, and taffeta are standard articles in our linguistic stock in trade as the goods themselves in our markets. Products so common in America as the orange, lemon, melon, and peach, the last word being a disguised form of the Latin malum persicum, which has come to us through the French, are Iranian in name as well as in origin. The vegetable spinach is Persian, and the word asparagus also traces its lineage apparently through the Greek aterpeo, ultimately to avestan sparaga, shoot, stalk. I must add, however, that this vegetable has gained much in delicacy by being transplanted to the west, if I may judge by the asparagus which now grows in Persia. The list of our linguistic indebtedness might be increased by including a score of words like julep, familiar in mint julep, which is really an Arabicized form of the Persian gulb, rosewater, hazard, applied to taking the one chance in 8,000, pers hajr, and last but not least, paradise, which has come to us from Persian through the Greek, while gul and bulbul, the Persian nightingale and rose, are familiar to all readers of Eastern poetry. The title of Persian literature to a place among the great literatures of the world is a recognized one, and it is in this domain perhaps that Persia makes the greatest claim upon our interest. In age the Avesta and the Old Persian inscriptions carry us back at least to the 6th century before Christ and possibly earlier. The Pahlavi literature belongs to the Sasanian period from the 3rd to the 6th century after Christ, and the modern Persian began within the last 1,000 years. It sprang up a century or two after the Arab conquest as a Renaissance movement with the revival of the old national feeling, and this period is certainly the most interesting of all. Some knowledge of Ferdowsi, Sadi, and Hafiz belongs to true culture, and Omar Khayyam has become an English classic through Fitzgerald's version. The less known names of the His Royal Highness Muzaffar ad-Din, Shah of Persia. Persian literature. 31 Romantic Poetic Nizami, the Dervish Jalal ad-Din Rumi, and the mystic Jami, d. 1492, the last classic poet of Persia, should be mentioned as deserving to be known to lovers of literature. Little space remains for writing about the influence of Persia upon our own poetry. Persia was hardly known to England before the 16th century, yet Chaucer alludes to Persian blue, Perse, in the prologue. Among the Elizabethans, Preston dramatized the story of Cambyses. Marlowe has Persian names and Persian scenes in his Tamburlaine, and Shakespeare alludes to Persian attire in King Lear 7 / to a Persian prince in Merchant of Venice and to a voyage to Persia in his Comedy of Errors. Milton summarizes the early history of Persia in the 3rd book of his Paradise Regained, besides referring to Ecbatan, Hispahan, Taurus, and Caspian in Paradise Lost. Shelley appears to have a faint reminiscence of the pillared halls at Persepolis in his Alastor, and Byron in the Grioyur and Landor in the Grebir hark back to the old Zoroastrian faith of Iran. Matthew Arnold and Edmund Gosse, as poetical writers, came under Ferdowsi's spell, and a dozen other instances might be mentioned where Persia has influenced English poets, one of the best known being Tom Moore, whose Lalaruth is full of the melody, perfume, color, beauty, tenderness, and tremulous ecstasy which imagination associates with the East. In the realm of English prose, the 2 volumes of Persian Tales by Ambrose Phillips, after a French version, were widely read in the latter part of the 18th century, and the familiar Arabian Nights are really largely Persian. The inimitable Persian novel Saji Baba of Isfahan, by Moryar, is so thoroughly Oriental that Persians who read English mistake it for a serious composition and take umbrage at some of its amusing accounts. One of our American contemporaries, moreover, the novelist Marion Crawford, chose Zoroaster as a character around which to weave a romantic story. To these 32 Persia, the land, and its history examples I might add dozens of others if I chose to go outside of English and speak of the influence of Persia upon French, German, and other European literatures. I shall restrict myself, however, and return to my main theme, resuming the journey through the country whose history and position in the world I have briefly sketched. The Persian Inn at Julfa, with the custom house on the left, a part of the road between Julfa and Marand. Chapter V. Through the snow from the Aras to Tabriz they proceeded, thence all the next day through the snow. Xenophon, Anabasis, 4. 5-7. Immediately after crossing the Aras at Julfa I had to proceed to the custom house. There I was received by the director of the Persian customs, a Belgian gentleman, who was in charge of the frontier at this point. After scanning my letters of introduction and my official papers, he made an inquiry only as to whether I carried arms and ammunition. I told about the episode across the river with my revolver. When the formalities were over, he extended to me a cordial invitation to be his guest at dinner that evening, an invitation which I gladly promised to accept as soon as I could dispose of my luggage at the Persian rest house across the way. This lodging place was a house founded literally upon the sand, for it was built near the low bank of the Aras. It was long, but not deep, had 2 stories and fairly large rooms, a double veranda across the front, and a flagpole on top, the latter a mark of Western influence. About the entrance were strewn bales of cotton, which a caravan had just unloaded, and in the rear was the camel train. The dromedaries were being quartered for the night in the open. They were forced to kneel down in a circle around a bundle of fodder, which helped to keep them in order. The shouts, kicks, blows, and punches of the drivers, which accompanied this proceeding, called forth a score of inarticulate growls, protests, and objections on the part of the camels. It was fortunate perhaps that I did not understand either camel language or camel driver jargon. D33-34 Through the snow from the Aras to Tabriz. At the telegraph office adjoining the rest house I received a message from the head of the American Christian mission at Tabriz saying he had dispatched an Armenian servant to meet me, and sent a wagon drawn by 4 horses, with a Turkish driver named Meshad Sayedullah. I welcomed this assurance of a conveyance to take me to Tabriz, found my attendants had arrived, and then enjoyed a delightful evening with my host, who gave me much information regarding the route over which I was to travel. I rested well in my Persian quarters except at intervals when the camels set up a cry of protest against some wrong, real or imaginary. It was 10 o'clock next morning before I succeeded in getting everything ready to start on what proved to be a 2 days' journey through the snow, and altogether the worst experience I had yet encountered. But when traveling in Persia we become accustomed to discomforts and inconveniences which otherwise would seem unbearable. 2 quotations from Hamlet kept recurring to my mind. One was, "The hand of little employment hath the daintier sense," the other, "Thus bad begins, but worse remains behind, and worse did remain behind." For part of the first day the route was through the exposed bed of a river filled with boulders of stone and blocks of ice. Now we were sinking in the water, next plunging into a snow bank, and again extricating the wagon from a deep gulch. The mud on the side hills was nearly up to the hubs, so there was no chance for progress with a vehicle there. Nevertheless I was glad to climb up on the heights for a while, and try walking, in order to lighten the load for the struggling horses below. At distant intervals along the trail there were mud cabins which served as tea houses, chtiknaji. These gave a welcome excuse for a halt and refreshment. The tea was good, but dirt was plentiful, yet I soon began to be accustomed to that, for the descent to Avernus is easy. The delays in getting started again were exasperating, and I had to keep incessantly irk mountain village buried in snow between Marand and Sophian mishaps on the way 35 urging, scolding, begging, and bribing the driver to make haste in order to reach Marand that night. The device of the bribe proved the more effective, and resulted in a series of lashes, plied savagely upon the tired horses and accompanied by a succession of encouraging shouts, whistles, grunts, cries, squeals, yells, and chirrups, infinite in variety, but of endless weariness, and alternating with the humming of a tune which might have been the Turkish equivalent of that of which the old cow died. We managed to keep fairly well in the caravan trail. I cannot call it a road, but once in the darkness we lost it, and a violent collision with a telegraph pole was the result. Fortunately only the harness was broken, not our bones. After making repairs we proceeded tolerably until the village of Marand was reached. There on the bank of a stream the wagon suddenly upset, and I was sent sprawling into the mud, amid bags, boxes, and bundles. The only thing to do was to take the matter good-naturedly and laugh. This cheered the situation immediately, and the villagers came out in a friendly manner from their simple homes, helped me to replace my scattered belongings, and guided us to a place of lodging. The upper room where I spent the night was fairly comfortable, thanks to a blazing fire, but the heat had the disadvantage of bringing out from the cracks and crevices scores of huge vermin, descendants, perhaps, of the noxious Jacraftstress of the Avesta. I slept soundly, nevertheless, for a journey of 11 hours is conducive to weariness, although the distance covered, despite all efforts, was only 40-5 miles. As a place, Marand is no longer of any consequence, although it was once an important town. Yakut says that even in his time, 7 centuries ago, it was partly abandoned and falling into ruins because of the ravages of the Turkish tribes who swept down upon it, carrying off the inhabitants and leaving desolation in their wake. It is clear from his account that one Yakut, p. 624. 36 through the snow from the Aras to Tabriz religiously. Marand must have been a stronghold of Islam at his time, and no longer Zoroastrian, as he states that it was the birthplace of a number of eminent Mohammedan teachers. At the time of my visit I did not know that at Marand there are the remains of an ash hillock which is believed to go back to the days of Zoroastrian fire worship, and, like the mounds at Urumia, to owe its origin to a vast accretion of ashes from a fire temple. If I had known of this fact at the time, I should have examined the mound. The antiquity of the town, as it was once the capital of the Sasanian canton of Vaspurakan, would favor the likelihood of a reward for undertaking excavations in the vicinity for Zoroastrian researches, but as far as biblical matters are concerned, there is nothing except the fanciful etymology of the name as Maran, the mother is there, to support the tradition that Noah's wife is buried at Marand. The next morning the weather was dull and dreary, and it was 9 o'clock before I could start. Few minutes later we were crossing a ford of the stream on whose bank the wagon had upset the night before, and whose water we had drunk for breakfast with the assurance that it was most excellent qdbikal. I now saw a dead cat floating on its surface and the villagers washing their dirty clothes in the stream. A short drive through slush and mud, after crossing the ford, brought us to the foothills, and all that day the route lay up steep mountains and down into deep valleys, although the altitude of the latter was rarely less than 4,000 feet above sea level, as the tableland is high at this point. The mountain scenery looked like a sea of gigantic billows raised by some titan storm that had torn up its surface. And snow was everywhere. The depth of the snow made progress very slow, and once our vehicle became hopelessly stuck in a huge drift, and I had to pay handsomely for extra horses to pull it out. The country was sparsely settled, and many of the one on the name Marand see the Ariskan Ortsnamen, in Iv. 16347, tied by Hubishman, Die Alterman 451. Marand and Sofiatshv, historic places. 37 hamlets were buried in the snow, 1 or 2 on the mountain side, like the one in my picture, looking as if their occupants had hibernated all winter, so completely was their communication cut off. Most desolate among all the sites, however, was a ruined caravanserai, which, like 100 others in Persia, was attributed to Shah Abbas the Great as builder. The magnificence of its founder and the former splendor of its many kingly occupants, in contrast with its present ruinous condition, struck me as an illustration of Omar Khayyam's familiar quatrain, think, in this Batfsardi caravanserai whose portals are alternate night and day, how sultan after sultan with his pomp abode his destined hour, and went his way. It was late in the afternoon when we finally drew near the village of Sofian, or Zofian, which had been the scene of a bloody battle between the Turks and the Persians in the latter part of the 16th century. As there is a post house at Sofian, I proceeded to arrange for hiring horses, since those of my driver were completely faggied out. The master of the post, with whom I had to bargain, had a nose shaped like a carrot, and evidently Turanian blood in his veins. The Persian lineaments seemed to be almost wanting in his face. In his manners, however, he was kindly; in his movements, orientally slow, but with much dignity he conducted me to his own room, which was warm and comfortable and furnished with some good rugs and divans. 2 Persian merchants were lolling on cushions, drinking tea, and seemed to have so much time at their disposal that they were willing to spend more of it in asking questions of the newly arrived Farangi, than I had time to spend in answering. A start was made at last, and as I left Sofian I got a good view of the northeastern shore of Lake Urumia and of Mount Sahand. Both of these places were for me historic landmarks. 1 Seeker Porter, Travels, 1. 219-38 through the snow from the Aras to Tabriz, the former as a lake which Zoroaster knew well, and the latter possibly, I believe, as Mount Asnavand of the Avesta, on which it is said that Zoroaster beheld a vision of heaven and conversed with Orvidit, the guardian angel that presides over waters. To me the sight of the mountain and the lake was a joyful one, because I felt as if I had met friends whom I had longed to see. This made the journey for the remainder of the day seem shorter. It was between 8 and 9 in the evening when I finally reached Tabriz and found a welcome at the mission house. I became a fire worshipper in earnest, as my hosts laughingly said, when I greeted the blazing logs whose cheery flame brought back the blood to my face, which had been cracked in deep gashes by the cold. I had been for 2 full days on the road through the snow, having taken all that time to accomplish a journey of 85 miles. It was a pleasant prospect now to be able to look forward to a rest for several days, and that in one of the largest of the cities of Persia. One see the suggestions in my Zoroaster, pages 48, 100, 207, although other identification may be suggested, CFP 141, below. Chapter 6 Tabriz, the residence of the Crown Prince in his retreat to Taurus or Caspian. Milton, Paradise Lost, 10. 435 Tabriz, the residence of the heir apparent to the Persian throne, and the commercial center of Azerbaijan, is a city whose age and birthplace are not known, but it may count 1,000 years as but a fraction of its life. The Persian tradition which ascribes its founding to Zobayda, the wife of Harun al-Rashid, better known as the Caliph Harun al-Rashid of the Arabian Nights, AD 800, sets its date too late, as in the case of Kashan and other cities which are said to have been built by this heroine. It is true that a fountain at Tabriz is called after her name, but the city can be shown to have existed under the Sassanians. 4 centuries before her time. Tabriz has been identified with the ancient Gaza, Gonzaga, by some scholars, but this identification is not accurate, nor are we positive that it was formerly called Shahistan, King's Town, by the Persians and had its name changed to Tabriz. This revenge, Tavrezji, by the Armenian king Khosrui, who sacked the city, AD 346, in revenge for the death of his brother, and then called the place this revenge, a name which the city has won. The tradition of Zobayda as founder is given by Mustafi, Nawzat al-Kolub, AD 1340, and he gives the Mohammedan year of the equals founding as AH 175 AD 790, see Barbie de Maynard, Diet. Geographie de la Perse, p. 132, and 2. For a sketch of the history of Tabriz I would refer to Reverend S. G. Wilson, Persian Life and Customs, pages 323 to 325, New York, 1895. To Mr. Wilson, who was my host during a stay of 5 days in Tabriz, I am indebted for much information regarding the city. 2J or the more likely association of Gaza with Shiz, CP 131, below. 3940 Tabriz, the residence of the Crown Prince born ever since as a memorial of the event the Persians again recovered possession of Tabriz from its Armenian conquerors, but owing to its exposed position on the frontier the town has frequently been subjected to foreign invasion and occupation, by Arab, Seljuk, and Mongol, one of the fiercest of the stormings being that by Tamerlane, who sacked it with his Tartar hosts in the latter part of the 14th century. Terrific earthquakes also have shattered it again and again, 8858, 1041, 1721, and 1780, killing thousands of people and destroying its main buildings. Nevertheless, the city has maintained its position as a great Persian metropolis, inherited from its rank as a capital under the Mongols, and has enjoyed prosperity as a center of trade and commerce, so that Tabriz remains today what the Arab traveler Yakut called it when he visited it in 1203, AH 610, the principal city of Azerbaijan, flourishing and well populated. The number of its inhabitants is not less than 170,000. A view of the city is disappointing if we expect to find lofty buildings and that variety of color which we associate with the Orient. Instead of this, there is a monotonous expanse of flat-roofed, single-storied houses, broken only by the domed arches of the bazaars and the high wall of the ancient citadel. Clay and mud plaster, for the most part, are used in the construction of buildings, and these give a dull appearance to the unimposing architecture. The houses, with windowless outer walls, turn their backs on the street and show their faces only to the exclusive brick courtyard in the interior. The entrance is made through an unpainted wooden door, studded with heavy nails, like the portal of a Norman keep, and having a small grating above to admit light and air. In the courtyard we may find a small garden, and, if so, a tank for preserving that precious commodity, water, but the general appearance of the interior, like its unattractive entrance, is not such as to lead one to one. Wilson, Persian Life, p. 323. 2 Yakut, p. 132. The city and its government. 41 Suppose how handsomely the house may be decorated on the inside with rugs, old tapestry, pieces of Persian armor, and faience. As we walk about the town we have to find our way through a labyrinth of streets, narrow passages, and side alleys, some of the latter being less than 6 feet wide, and ultimately we reach the outskirts of the city. Walls surround Tabriz, as they have from the earliest times, and their circuit has gradually increased with the compass of the town. Gardens border these walls, with vineyards and orchards lying beyond, and Tabriz has been famous for its fruits and vegetables for over 1,000 years. But there was little to suggest this abundance. The suburbs, when I saw them, were buried in snow, and so also were low hills adjacent to the plain on the north and northeast, which looked dwarfed in comparison with the heights of Mount Sahan that rise to an altitude of nearly 12,000 feet on the south and are clad in ermine most of the year round. As a municipality, Tabriz has more pretense to government than any other Persian city except Tehran, although there could be no comparison, of course, with a well-regulated European city in the matter of efficiency. 24 different wards are recognized, each managed by a magistrate, Ikad Kuda, who is responsible to the burgomaster, Hageldrahaji, and he in turn to the governor of the province, Jidki Tri, and thus ultimately answerable to the Shah. The streets are generally unpaved, except in a few places where cobblestones are laid, and when I was at Tabriz in March, little attempt was made to remove the snow and slush, and I understand that the dust and dirt in summer are equally intolerable. As the streets are not regularly lighted, persons who go out after dark carry huge cylindrical lanterns, resembling our Chinese one. See the praise of its apricots by the Arab geographers Yakut, AD 1200, and Mustafi, AD 1340, given in Barbier de Maynard, Diet. Géographie de la Perse, p. 132. Cf. Wilson, P. S. Jan Life, p. 66. 42 Tabriz, the residence of the Crown Prince lanterns, but made of Chilean muslin. The size of these luminous transparencies is in proportion to the dignity and position of the person escorted, for in Persia one generally goes out with a servant as an escort, and a grandee may be recognized by a giant lantern, 3 feet high and 20 inches in diameter, carried before him. The water supply of the city interested me, because this problem is often more difficult to solve in Persia than elsewhere. Most of the water in Tabriz is carried in underground channels from the outlying districts and distributed through the town by means of cemented conduits and clay pipes. During one of the days of my stay the garden of the mission was irrigated, so I had an opportunity of seeing how the water was distributed. The plug of the pipe leading from the street into the yard, which in many cases is a mass of clay or waste rags to serve as a stopper, is removed, and the water allowed to stream through the channels of the courtyard and into a reservoir amdra, in the cellar of the house. The gardener superintends the distribution of the stream, which is allowed to run for several hours, depending upon the contract, and then the waterman again shuts off the supply and opens it in turn for the next house. In the management of the water system, however, little attention is paid to matters of hygiene, and the water becomes much polluted by surface drainage, so that it is easy to see how an epidemic like cholera can spread. The 2 architectural monuments in Tabriz which have a special claim to interest are partly in ruins. The most conspicuous of these is the Ark, or citadel, which may be seen from almost every part of the town. This massive structure probably occupies the same position as the old building which Yakut described 700 years ago as the Palace of the Emir, built of red brick artistically set, and very solidly constructed. The people call the citadel the Arch of Ali Shah, Giaki al-Shdh, after the name of Taj ad-Din Ali Shah, who one see also Wilson, Persian Life p. 70. Yakut, p. 133. The citadel and the Blue Mosque 43 was the Grand Vizier of the Mongol ruler Ghazan Khan, at the beginning of the 14th century, and built the mosque which once formed a part of the structure. The battlements of the ark rise more than 100 feet in height, and the walls are fully 20 feet in thickness. The forbidding appearance of the solemn pile agrees well with the story that criminals were formerly executed by being thrown from its summit. Local accounts add a narrative of a curious escape of a woman who was condemned to this horrible death. Her skirts and balloon-like pantalettes acted as a parachute to break the fall, so that she received no injury. As I surveyed the towering wall and observed its ancient style of architecture, I could not help thinking that it probably did not differ much from that on the top of which a tragic scene was enacted in the days of the tyrant Cambyses, son of Cyrus, as told by Herodotus. According to the famous historian, the king's Grand Vizier Prexaspes determined that the truth about the usurpation of the false Smerdis should be known, though his own life be forfeited in the cause. He therefore ascended the tower of the palace and began to harangue the people who were gathered below to listen, telling them of the glorious reign of their former king, Cyrus, the atrocities committed by Cambyses, and describing how treachery had brought Smerdis and the Magians into power. Then, before he could be seized, he flung himself headlong from the summit to destruction. Far more interesting from the architectural standpoint is the second monument of Tabriz, the well-known Masjid-i-Kabad, or Blue Mosque. This fine specimen of Mohammedan art, dating from the middle of the 15th century, is now falling into utter decay, but its crumbling walls and arches still show graceful lines and are encrusted with tiles of a rich blue color. Set 1. See the statement of Mustafi, cited by Barbier de Maynard, Diet. Geographic p. 132, n1, and compare also Wilson, Persian Life, p. 64, and Curzon, Persia, 1. 522 Herodotus, History, 3. 7544 Tabriz, the residence of the Crown Prince off by exquisite faience of yellow, salmon, white, and black, interwoven with patterns and arabesque scrolls. It is fortunate that the French archaeologist and artist Texier preserved some of its perishing beauty in his handsome reproductions published nearly 3/4 of a century ago, and that the younger German scholar Saar, in his fine photographs and colored engravings, has also contributed his share towards saving more of the Blue Mosque, for it will probably have fallen into utter decay before another 100 years are past. The other buildings in the city require only brief mention. There are said to be no less than 318 mosques in Tabriz, but none of them can bear comparison with the Blue Mosque. The religious merit of the city is enhanced by the fact that it can boast of having the tombs of 8 Imamzadas, sainted followers of Mohammed and D of his son-in-law Ali, while some companions of the Prophet are said also to be interred on Mount Sahan. These facts bear out the proud title Cupola of Islam, which Tabriz bore even 6 centuries ago, and the city is so bigotedly Mohammedan that Jews are said not to be ordinarily tolerated in the town. The oldest portion of the city is known as the Kala, or fortress, although its walls have practically disappeared and the moat has been largely filled in and built upon. The central part of this old-time fortified section is occupied by the bazaars. These marts of trade are among the finest in Persia, if not in all the East, and are a source of endless interest to the traveler. In construction they are of the characteristic Oriental type, consisting of acres of vaulted arches built of brick and masonry, roofed over and divided by long narrow passageways, with shops and alcoves on each side. At occasional intervals large portals lead out into square courts and see Texier, Description de Vie Arménie, La Perse, etc., Paris, 1842-1845, Saar, Denkmüller Persischer Baukunst Berlin, 1901. 2 Mustafi, cited by Barbie de Maynard, Diet. Geographic p. 133, N1. Companions Ashb, is a technical term in Islam. Mustafi, OP, CIT p. 132, N1. Interior of Bazaar at Tabriz IJSR. The bazaars 45 closed to serve as places for caravans to unload and lodge. The light in the bazaar is generally dim except where holes pierce the domes at regular intervals and let in shafts of sunshine, which serve also to reveal the dirt below. The passageways of the bazaars always seem crowded. Camels, donkeys, and pack mules add to the confusion of the disordered mass of buyers and sellers, and the incessant cry ka hardra fhja hardra. Take care! Take care! Ejaculated by the drivers, becomes exasperating, especially when you have to crowd against the wall to let some grandee pass. This local notable may be mounted on horseback and preceded by a lackey called a farch who clears the way with a mace, but sometimes the noteworthy is seated in a carriage and preceded by outriders. The bazaars open shortly after sunrise and do not close until sunset, at which time the shops are shut with wooden shutters and the gates of the bazaar barred and locked. The booths in which the goods are displayed measure scarcely more than 10 or 12 feet square, and often much less. The customers do not enter the shop, but walk along the narrow passageways and bargain with the salesman, who squats lazily on the brick ledge in front of his store or sometimes rises slowly to bring from the rear of the booth an article which the prospective purchaser wishes to examine. If the price cannot finally be agreed upon after long bartering, the face of the merchant assumes a look of stolid indifference or oriental disdain, and the customer passes along to the next shop. Beyond a rough grouping of industries there is little order or arrangement in the distribution of the booths. Here may be a fruit stall with a rich supply of melons, which are kept on sale even in winter, there an Armenian silversmith doing fine filigree work by hand, on this side a cap maker busy with finishing a lambskin hat or a black Persian fez, yonder a baker flapping huge sheets of dough against the sides of an earthen oven, tandoor. The oven itself is simply a hollow scooped in the earth and lined on the sides with pebbles, which 46 Tabriz, the residence of the crown prince, absorb the heat and bake the giant flapjack, but impart to the bread a peculiar pitted appearance and often a gritty taste. We can well understand why this bread is called pebble bread, ndni sangak. During my stay at Tabriz, bonbons and tinsel decorations were much in evidence in the bazaars, as the season of Nowruz, the Persian New Year, was approaching. In making purchases in the bazaars the monetary unit is the kron, HRDTI, or rather the 2-kron bit, the latter being equivalent, roughly speaking, to 20 cents in American money. The kron itself is made up of 20 esgidies, each worth half a cent, and 10 krons make up the toman, something less than $1. As an actual coin, however, the toman no longer exists except in rare gold pieces, although the Imperial Bank of Persia has issued paper tomans, which are handsomely engraved notes, but are little current outside of Tabriz and Tehran, being exchanged at a considerable loss in other towns. For this reason the traveler has to go weighted down with bags of silver, when he starts on a journey, and they make a heavy addition to his load. As Tabriz is the commercial center of northwestern Persia and its trade with Europe is constantly growing, I may appropriately add a few words regarding the commercial relations of Persia and the United States. The Treaty of Friendship and Commerce between the United States and Persia was concluded December 13, 1856, and came into force in the following year. The phrasing of its opening paragraph is interesting, as it gives the royal titles of the Shah. I reproduce it verbatim. In the name of God, the clement and merciful, the President of the United States of America and His Majesty, as exalted as the planet Saturn, the sovereign to whom the sun serves as a standard, whose splendor and magnificence are equal to that of the skies, the sublime sovereign and the monarch whose are various printed reports on Persian trade. I am indebted to the kindness of Mr. David C. Beatty, of Yonkers, NY. Our trade with Persia 47 armies are as numerous as the stars, whose greatness calls to mind that of Jemshid, whose magnificence equals that of Darius, the heir of the crown and throne of the Chionians, the sublime emperor of all Persia, being equally and sincerely desirous of establishing relations of friendship between the two governments which they wish to strengthen by a treaty of commerce and friendship, and useful to the citizens and subjects of the two high contracting parties, have for this purpose named for their plenipotentiaries. Then the names of the respective appointees are given, and these are followed by a series of 8 articles regarding the friendly and diplomatic relations of the Tivro countries and treating of matters of trade and commerce, as well as the obligations to be fulfilled by both parties and the privileges to be enjoyed. The various items of the treaty contain the most favored nation clause throughout, so that the United States is entitled to the same rights and privileges in commercial matters as any other nation. Trade between our country and Persia is yet in its infancy, as is shown by the consular reports, but there are several points to which attention may be called as significant. Russia has the bulk, about 50%, of Persia's export and import trade. Great Britain comes next with about 25%, the remainder goes to other countries, under which general heading the United States is also included. The lately appointed Persian minister to Washington emphasizes the possibility of an extensive increase in the trade between his country and our own, and Mr. John Tyler, our vice-consul general at Tehran, shows in his recent reports that there is at least a prospective opening for American manufactures, especially for agricultural machinery, and a growing demand for American merchandise. American lamps, clocks, matches, and locks have a steadily increasing sale in the Tehran bazaars, especially locks, which excel in mechanical complexity, combined with lightness and convenience of handling, important considerations, anything hitherto put on sale. American hand pumps and cooking and warming stoves find 48 Tabriz, the residence of the Crown Prince, appreciative purchasers, and should, with proper management and competitive enterprise, soon monopolize the market. From experience I can understand how so indispensable an article as the padlock is in Persia might find a ready market. The wholesale introduction of clocks, I believe, is one of the greatest needs in timeless Persia, but I fear that their general use will depend largely upon the introduction of railroads, which would help to spread more widely the idea that time and money are synonyms. I might add that the admiration shown by the natives for the leather articles in my traveling outfit leads me to think that American straps, clasps, buckles, riding leggings, and top boots would find a good sale, for the Persians themselves are capable workers in leather and know how to appreciate a good calfskin product. The time, therefore, may not be distant when we shall see a larger sale both of American merchandise and of Yankee notions in the bazaars of Persia, and a complimentary import in return of precious stones, like the topaz, pearls from the Persian Gulf, silks, shawls, and embroideries, besides the well-known consignments of carpets and rugs. Not far from the bazaars is a large public square to which a particular interest attaches, not because of the armory and the gunsmiths' shops, the arsenal, prison, royal stables, and buildings belonging to the crown prince, but because it was the scene of the execution of the Bab, a Persian reformer, on July 9, 1850. This religious enthusiast and moral teacher, whose real name was Mirza Ali Mohammed, was born in Shiraz about the year 1820. He was trained at first to commercial life, but a pilgrimage to Kerbala and Najaf, and afterward to Mecca, awakened in his heart the religious enthusiasm which made him devote his life henceforth to developing the tenets which he held. Upon his return to his native city, about 1844, he assumed the title of Bdh, or gate leading to the spiritual life. His religious views were somewhat eclectic. His doctrines leaned toward a mystic pantheism, with elements the Bab executed at Tabriz 49 of Gnosticism, and were of a highly moral order, and so liberal as to include steps toward the emancipation of woman. In the eyes of the strict Mohammedan, however, the tenets upheld by the Bab were rank heresy. Nevertheless, they spread rapidly and awakened such intense sympathy among those who were dissatisfied with the regime maintained by the Persian mullahs, on the one hand, and raised such bitter opposition, on the other, among those who were pronouncedly conservative, that they led finally to bloody conflicts which resulted in the imprisonment of the Bab. He was ultimately taken to Tabriz and there condemned to be shot. The place of execution was this very square of the arsenal and gunsmiths which I am describing. Cords were passed under his arms, and he was suspended from the wall above a small shop which was pointed out to me. By his side was suspended also a devoted disciple, a young merchant of Tabriz, and orders were given to the soldiers to fire their volley. When the smoke cleared away, the body of the young follower of the Bab was discovered, riddled with bullets, but by some strange hap the Bab had escaped. The shots had simply cut the cords that held him, so that he fell to the ground unhurt and took refuge in the shop below. He was probably dazed, for had he retained his presence of mind, he might at once have turned the incident into a miracle before the astonished multitude. He was seized, however, dragged forth from the shop and again suspended, and shot to death by a different company of soldiers, since the first absolutely refused to fire another volley. The bodies of the two religious martyrs were then cruelly dragged through the streets and thrown to the dogs and birds, but they were afterward taken up and buried by sympathetic Babis, as the movement had gained a large number of adherents. It still has many followers, despite the persecution to which the sect has been subjected. 1 C. Brown, A Year Amongst the Persians, pages 58-64, and S. Pchali the same author's translation of the Tedriki Jadid, or New History of 60 Tabriz, the residence of the Crown Prince Babisan, in fact, is not confined to Persia, but has adherents in Mesopotamia, Syria, Egypt, India, and even in America, where some of its believers have tried to disseminate their doctrines on the opposite side of the same public square. In the prison, another religious martyr was executed some years ago. This was a Mohammedan priest who had abjured Islam and adopted Christianity. He was cast into prison, confined in an upper room which looks out upon the square, and, after being nearly starved to death, was finally strangled by a bowstring, refusing to the last to renounce his belief in Christ. One afternoon of my stay in Tabriz was devoted to a visit to the gardens and summer palace of the Vala Alid, or Crown Prince, who makes this city his chosen place of residence, as his predecessors have done for the past 100 years. This summer abode, with its fine garden, lies on the southern side of the city, although it is called Northern Garden Qbdghi Shamal, having taken that name from an older residence on the north side which it replaced. The snow lay so deep when I saw it that I could gain no real impression of what the park might be in spring and summer, but the driveways and avenues of trees were attractively laid out, The arched gateway of brick was effective as an entrance, and the palace itself more worthy of the name than some of the so-called palaces in Persia, which are not always kept up well. In paying visits in the city I learned something of the native etiquette, which has a great deal of charm as well as formality. The Persians are distinctly a social people and their manners in company are extremely polite. Their Vomlrzd al-Muhammad the Bab, by Mirza Hussein of Hamadan, pages 299,312, especially pages 303 to 306, Cambridge, 1893, compare also Brown, The Episode of the BDB, 2. 43-45, 182, 190, 321 to 322, Cambridge, 1891. There is a society of Babists in Chicago who call themselves Bahaists, after Baha'u'llah, who claim to be the successor of the Bab and a manifestation of the glory of God. See Open Court, 18. 355 SEQ, 398 SEQ, Chicago, 1904. An ACH Menian seal, the king slaying a monster, exact size, the Crown Prince's Garden, Baha'i Shamal, Northern Garden, Persian visits and social etiquette. 51 Vocabulary of etiquette is rich in courteous phrases and complimentary terms, and the salms, or benedictions of peace, which form part of the greeting to the visitor, serve as a charming introduction to conversation. When a visit is to be paid to a person of rank, it is customary for the visitor to send word in advance to inquire of the dignitary what hour would be convenient for receiving the call. The response comes back couched in some courteous phrase and names the time, 2 hours before sunset, or perhaps earlier, as the case may be. On being ushered into the reception chamber, we find ourselves in a large room, richly carpeted with soft rugs and lined with divans, but otherwise little furnished except with a few chairs for Europeans when they are received. The host enters a moment later and comes forward to greet his guest. As an Oriental he appears in his stockinged feet, for shoes are forbidden indoors, and wears his black lambskin cap, J-K, as it would be bad form to have the head uncovered. His polite Salam Alaikum, peace be unto you, is responded to in kind, with a mutual inquiry about the august health of each, after which the talk proceeds easily and unaffectedly. In a few minutes one of the troop of servants enters, bringing the haladen, or water pipe, as an added mark of hospitable attention. This pipe stands about 2 feet high and is somewhat elaborate in its structure. The base is a large glass vessel of a graceful shape, holding a quart of water. From this vase there rises the tube of the pipe, which is about 15 inches long, made of dark wood, sometimes elaborately carved, and capped by a china bowl, which is usually decorated with a picture of the Shah and a fringe of silver chains hanging from its rim. The tobacco is placed in this bowl, after the leaves have been moistened and squeezed out, and a square piece of charcoal is used to light it and left burning on the top while the pipe is in use. The stem itself is about 18 inches long, and is inserted into the water vase at a convenient angle. It is made of the same dark wood as the tube and is capped 52 Tabriz, the residence of the Crown Prince, with a mouthpiece of silver. In using the pipe the smoke is not drawn by whiffs into the cheeks, as in the case of a cigar, but is inhaled in long draughts directly into the lungs, the strength of the nicotine being diminished somewhat in passing through the water, which is occasionally also scented. After 3 or 4 long puffs it is enragé to pass the pipe to the next person at the right, and so on throughout the company. Tray of sweetmeats and some tea served in tiny glasses form an additional course and complete the hospitality, and then the guest asks permission to remove the cause of trouble to the host, and take his leave, which is finally granted after a variety of protests. Formality is resumed at the final leave-taking, and many compliments are passed in saying goodbye. The Persians at their banquets, I am told, show the same grace in entertaining, and the conversation is easy, bright, and witty. There is a great variety of courses, if we count the sweets, dried fruit, and other delicacies, which are partaken during the evening before the solid dishes are served. This takes place before the company is to break up, so that the latter are hardly more than a supplement to the lighter delicacies which precede them. The custom with the ancient Persians was the same. Herodotus says that the Persians indulge in very few solid dishes, but they eat many desserts, which are not served up on the table all together at the same time. He adds, the Persians are very much addicted to wine. Since the time of Mohammed this abuse has been forbidden, but the injunctions of the Quran in this respect are not so strictly complied with as they might be. I was informed also that an occasional feature of lavish entertainments is an exhibition of dancing boys, somewhat similar to the Nautch girls of India. These boys are said to be handsome youths, but spoiled and effeminate, like those at Bokhara and Samarkand, and it may have been one Herodotus, History, 1. 133, C.F.E. Allinson, Herodotus, 1. 219, and 6. See also Brown, A Tier Amongst the Persians, pages 108 to 111, Wilson, Persian Life, p. 243 seq, Savalan, A Holy Mountain in Azerbaijan 53. Against such minions as these that some of the shafts of Zoroaster's invective in the Vesta were launched. Although situated in a region which was historically connected with Zoroaster's name, Tabriz yielded little for my researches in that respect. First, because Mohammedanism has obliterated the traces of Zoroastrianism. Second, because the winter season prevented my making investigations in the mountains, which possibly might have yielded some results. I was particularly anxious, for example, to ascend Mount Sahand, the mountain which possibly may be identical with Asnaband of the Avesta, but the heavy snows cut off all approach. Still more inaccessible at this time of year was Mount Savalan, near Ardabil, 3 or 4 days' journey distant from Tabriz. This is the mountain which I think is to be identified with the Mount of the Two Holy Communicants in the Avesta, where Zoroaster communed with Ormuzd. Number of the Oriental writers, such as Ibn Hawqal, 10th century, Qazvini, 1263, Merkhand, 1474, and others, expressly record the tradition that Zoroaster received a revelation from Ormuzd on the heights of the Iranian Sinai and that he wrote the Avesta there. Among these authorities is the author of the Suvarikaldul Messiah, or Outline of Countries, who, writing in Persian, about AD 1400, attributes the tremendous snows around Ardabil, near which Mount Savalan rises, to a curse uttered against the people by Zoroaster because they rejected his faith. The fulfillment of this anathema seemed to me a veritable fact, for I had to abandon all hope of reaching Savalan, owing to the snowbound roads, and to content myself with a distant view of this sacred mountain from the Caspian Sea when I returned to Baku in June. 1 of the 1 Avesta, Y.S. 5112, VD 8. 26, 27, 32, etc. See also Herodotus, History, 1. 135, 2 See My Zoroaster, pages 34, 195. Consult also Stack Elberg, Persisksagengeskikt, in Wiener Zeitschrift für Kunde Morgenlands, 12. 2302.S4, Wu, 1898, and Brunhofer, Vom Pontus bis zum Indus, p. 182, Leipzig, 1893, see also Ibn Hawqal, Truzlay, p. 173. 54 Tabriz, the residence of the Crown Prince. Native lords of the district about Tabriz, Anton Khan, an Armenian, gave me some description of the crater of Mount Savalan and of the hot springs which Qazvini mentions, but he said there is no tradition that he knew of, regarding the fire worshippers in this region. Another lord, Setar Khan, a Persian, informed me about an ashhilak of a fire temple at Murad which I had missed on my way to Tabriz. My inquiries regarding inscriptions or sculptures in the vicinity of Tabriz did not result in eliciting any information, but I found that coins and gems are occasionally unearthed in the neighborhood. I purchased several specimens of coins dating from the Parthian and Sasanian periods, and a seal which is of considerable interest because of its age, as it is certainly to be attributed to the Achaemenian era. The seal is oval in shape, flat on the carved face and rounded at the back, and it measures 1 inch by 3/4 of an inch, 25 centimeters by 20 centimeters. The stone is a blue chalcedony or sapphire, which came into use during the early Persian period. It is carved with the figure of a king or warrior, slaying a monster with his dagger, somewhat after the manner of the sculptures at Persepolis. The working out of the design, in my judgment, shows too much originality to be a mere later imitation of this motive, and there is no evidence to show that the seal is a forgery. I am supported in my view that it belongs to Achaemenian times by other scholars who have seen it, among them Dr. William Hayes Ward, of New York, an authority on seals and cylinders. The last day of my stay at Tabriz, which I should gladly have prolonged in order to enjoy the hospitality extended from many sides, was spent in making visits among friends in the Lit was still famed as a seat of magism in the 10th century of our era, according to Ibn Haukel, Truzlay, p. 173. 1 saw at the French consulate at Tabriz a fragment of an ancient Persian cuneiform inscription, but it had been brought from Susa by M. de Morgan and, I believe, already published. Safar awaiting directions an Achaemenian seal 55 European section, which forms a part of the Armenian quarter A of the town. Final tour of the bazaars had also to be made to secure a stock of provisions to carry on the road, and an extra supply of warm clothing had to be purchased, for the cold was still intense. The evening was passed at a dinner party given by my host and hostess, with a final goodbye to American and European friends. At the 11th hour, when the dinner was over, and it was literally 11 o'clock, I learned that the Armenian servant whom I had engaged, and to whom I had paid part of his month's wages in advance, had decided not to go on the journey. This placed me in a great predicament. The horses had been hired and preparations made for an early start in the morning, so that postponement even for a day meant a serious change in my plans. Ray of light, however, shone through the darkness. I bethought myself of a young Persian, named Safar Adilbeg, a convert from Mohammedanism, whom I had noticed working about the mission grounds. I had been attracted by his honest face and demeanor, and after a hurried conference with my host and mission friends, to ask if the young man might be allowed to go, I received hearty approval on their part, and Safar was aroused from bed to be questioned on the subject. He accepted the proposal at once, hesitating only lest his lack of experience should disqualify him. I felt sure, however, that he would fill the post well, for I was convinced of his merit, and we struck a bargain on the spot. Confidence was rightly placed, and although I used occasionally to wonder whether some serious blemish in his character might not develop, it never did, and I sometimes amusingly thought that wings would sprout and that his name would have to be changed to Raphael, after the story in Tobit. His true worth grew more and more in my esteem as time went on, and I am glad to be able to add that he has since then happily realized the ambition of his life in studying medicine at 56 Tabriz, the residence of the Crown Prince Tehran, in order to become a physician and practice among his people. Before proceeding with the narrative of my journey after leaving Tabriz, it may be advisable in the next chapter to give some account of Zoroaster and the Avesta, as these names have often been mentioned already and will frequently be referred to hereafter. Chapter 7 Zoroaster and the Avesta *, at whose birth and growth all creatures of the holy creation cried, Hail! Avesta, Yash 13. 93 Tell me how it comes to pass, says one of the fathers of the early Christian Church, that the majority of people know nothing more about Zoroaster than the name. And yet there is a tradition that the wise men who came from the east to worship at the manger cradle in Bethlehem were led to undertake their pious journey by reason of a prophecy of Zoroaster. The name, moreover, of this forerunner of the Magi has been used in literature of later times as a synonym for wisdom. To Byron, Zoroaster was a sage, to Shelley he appeared as the Magus or as Earth's dead child, and the German writer Nietzsche chose to veil his recently published thoughts under the title Thus Spake Zarathustra. It is the more interesting to know something about the life and character of this Persian lawgiver and philosopher of old, this religious teacher of ancient Iran, because much has been added in the last few years to our knowledge of Zoroaster as a historical personage, a man to whom we may perhaps be justified in assigning, indirectly at least, a place in the line of prophets that have been since the world began. In the early dawn of the 7th century before Christ he appears as a star on the horizon, remotely a heathen herald of the Christian day to come. He comes as an elder contemporary. 1 am indebted to Mr. J.B. Walker for permission to reprint with additions and alterations my article on Zoroaster in the Cosmopolitan magazine, 28. 349-357, New York, 1900. For a my detailed life of the teacher see Zoroaster, the prophet of ancient Iran, New York, 1899. 5768 Zoroaster and the Avesta of the Grecian sages Thales and Solon. If our calculation be right, he must still have been living when the Jews were carried up into captivity at Babylon. His birthplace was the district to the west or southwest of the Caspian Sea, not far, apparently, from the city of Urumia, which we are approaching on our journey, and the scene of a part of his early missionary preaching and teaching was the territory south of this very sea. The crest of Mount Alborz gilded with God's eternal sunrise, for Alborz is a holy mountain in the Avesta, may have suggested the theme for more than one inspired discourse. The well springs of blazing oil and phenomena of igneous origin familiar in the volcanic regions of Iran may have seemed to him a symbol of the source of the fire divine. Dressed in white flowing robes we may picture him preaching before his people. The priestly vestments of the Parsi dastur today, and the Gheber mantle and belt of the fire worshipper in Lalaru are lineal descendants, no doubt, of the ancient Median garb which he wore. Herodotus tells us that the Persians took Trier style of dress from the Medes because they thought it handsomer than their own. The form of worship and manner of chanting, the ritual which the great historian describes, is largely kept up in the Zoroastrian religion today. In speaking, Zoroaster used a language akin to the ancient Sanskrit, but more abounding in long final vowels, as he lifted up his voice in exhortation of the masses or sang the praises of the god Ahura Mazda. In his youth, so far as we can gather, he must have been reared in a state of society that showed marked and paradoxical extremes. From the ancient records we may judge that the culture, such as it was in those early times, was offset by extraordinary crudeness and barbarism, and media in some respects has changed but little since then. Zoroaster was well acquainted, we may believe, with the civilization of the ancient cities, but better acquainted with the gross ignorance and base superstition of unlettered country life. These two widely a Persian page, the prophet and his time, 69 separated stages may be seen in the Avesta itself. The wattled hut of the peasant or the temporary habitation of the marauding nomad form a contrast to the palace of 1,000 columns which is incidentally referred to in the sacred text. The rude hovels are still perpetuated in the mud dwellings of the poor, and the ruins of Susa and of Persepolis, with their pillared courts, best seen in the restorations of Dulafoy or of Peru and Chippies, bear witness to how noble the grander architecture of the Persians must have been. The ancient city of Ecbatana, known as Ecmetha in the Bible, possessed a pile of buildings of no mean order, if we may judge from the father of history, who tells of its 7 concentric walls, painted each in a different color and crowned by a citadel whose battlements shone with silver and gold. It is true that Zoroaster never mentions the city, but we are justified in regarding it as a type of the cities which he knew. In contrast to this possible approach to luxury we must place the other view, for whatever may have been the higher civilization, or whatever there may have been of incipient culture, in Zoroaster's day, we have in his own words evidence enough of a prevailing density of superstition and of a mist of religious unbelief that hung like a pall over the benighted people whose eyes and ears he came to open and whose hearts and minds he came to illumine and enlighten. Messiah-like he appears, and the land of Iran rings with his clarion note of reform. He is born as one out of the fullness of time. He arises to revolutionize the religious thought of Iran, to stir the soul of Media and Bactria, and to form for the coming nation of Persia a creed that is to boast a Cyrus, the shepherd of the Lord, and a Darius who shall give command for rebuilding the temple of Jerusalem. The details of Zoroaster's life may be in a measure legendary, but behind them all we can see the figure of a great historic personage, whose actual existence we have no longer any reason to doubt. 60 Zoroaster and the Avesta. The year BC 660 was perhaps the date of Zoroaster's birth, although much uncertainty has prevailed on the subject and some scholars argue that he flourished a century or two earlier. The Avesta and the Middle Persian books known as the Pahlavi writings describe the prophecies that foretold his coming and the signs and wonders that heralded Li's entrance into the world. Some idea of the youth and personality of this future master may be gathered from these texts, which the reader may easily consult in translation in Max Mueller's series of Sacred Books of the East. In reading of his life we cannot help feeling that we are in the presence of a person whose character even in youthful years combines vigorous thought with speculative imagination. It is instinctive for such spirits to act as we guides. May be certain that Zarathustra early heard the call that spoke to his heart and made him feel an individual fitness, a peculiar consecration, for his hallowed office. His person is sanctified, his bearing is that of one who is to receive a weighty charge. The extravagant stories of plots against his life by sorcerers and demons, which the old books of Iran enjoy repeating, or of his disputes with perverted and crafty ministers of a false creed, under whose blinding influence even his own father lived, present a dark picture of a foul religion and a depraved priesthood, which he felt himself destined to combat and overthrow. Tell me, he later says in one of his gathas, or psalms, in which he alludes to the false priests and devils, me tell truly, Lord, have such demons ever been good rulers? It is precisely these who, to quote his own words used on another occasion, have united themselves with power for the purpose of destroying the life of man by their evil deeds, but their own soul and their own conscience will make them howl when they come to the bridge of judgment, to be inmates forever and ever of the house of falsehood, ig hell. And again he exclaims, tell me truly how we shall banish falsehood from ourselves even unto those who, full of unbelief, take the mission of the Prophet. 61 No thought which accords with righteousness, nor have felt delight in the communion of good thought. On the other hand, a moment after these anathemas or impassioned utterances against the wicked, we find evidence of Zoroaster's mild-heartedness and of his loving kindness toward the good. In the liberality of his spirit, if we are to believe tradition, he was so broad-minded as to show a willingness to pick out and adopt what was noble even in the corrupt existing faith. But the path for full inspiration must first be prepared, and the way to enlightenment must previously be laid open, before the revelation comes to a man of Zarathustra's nature. Tradition says that Zoroaster retired from the world when he came of age and that he lived for some years upon a remote mountain in the silence of the forest or taking shelter in a lonely cave. In this connection I have already referred to Mount Savalan, p. 53, and in Mount Sahan there is a cavernous vault which is said to be Zoroaster's cave, and a subterranean chamber near Maraga, with a fire altar, is attributed to his worship. It was the solemn stillness of such surroundings that lifted his soul into direct communion with God. Divine vision is accorded him, apparently on the occasion of some religious conference, and at the age of 30, after leaving the Iranian Sinai, he is prepared to teach a new law. Righteousness is the best good. Hashem Vohuvahishtam Osti is his watchword, but he finds little fruitful soil for his theme. He wanders over the land of Iran and through the territory that is now Afghanistan, and even tarries for a time in the country of Turan. But it is to deaf ears that he preaches, and his inspiration seems almost destined to be in vain. The rulers harden their hearts before the newly inspired prophet, the people fail to accept the message of the God Imr. Ardor of Ziegler and Co., Tehran, told me that there is some such story about a cave in Moimtsahand. For the cave at Maraga consult Kerr Porter, Travels, 2. 495 to 497 see also p. 103, below. 62 Zoroaster and the Avesta Ahura Mazda. And yet Ahura Mazda, or Ormuzd, is the Lord Wisdom, the sovereign knowledge. It is doubtless true, moreover, that many persons were deterred from adopting the faith because of the doctrine of next-of-kin marriage, which Zarathustra seems to have upheld because he felt that this would serve as a means of preserving in its purity and integrity the community of faithful adherents and advancing the struggling creed of his church militant. For 10 years, dervish-like, he is a wanderer. This we know also from the tone of dejection which still echoes in some of the Zoroastrian psalms. In his peregrinations he appears to have found his way once more to the region of the Caspian Sea. The darkness of these sad years is illumined, however, by visions which help to make strong his faith and to give form to his religious system and creed. 7 times the mysteries of heaven are revealed to his transported soul, and a number of the places where these visions were beheld may be identified with a fair degree of certainty. Most of them are to be located in Azerbaijan not far from Lake Urumia. He converses with Ormuzd and is also privileged to interview the archangels of good thought, Vohumana, best righteousness, Ashavahishta, wished for kingdom, Kshatravirya, holy harmony, Spenta Armati, guardian spirit of the earth, saving health, Orvitat, and immortality, Amarita. Such are the names of the Persian hierarchy of Amshaspans, and these allegorical figures or personified abstractions stand in waiting about the throne of Ahura Mazda with a company of attendant angels. From these divine beings Zarathustra receives commands and injunctions which he is to convey to mankind. They inculcate the doctrine of purity of body as well as of soul, they enjoin the care of useful animals, especially the cow and the dog, they emphasize the necessity of keeping the earth, the fire, and the water undefiled, and from several of their ordinances we can see that Zoroaster was a civil reformer as well as an idealized portrait from a sculpture supposed to represent Zoroaster Revelation and Temptation 63 spiritual guide. Foremost among the commandments is the abhorrence of falsehood, the universal obligation to speak the truth. This is one of the most fundamental of the ethical tenets which form the basis of the entire ancient Persian religious system. A revelation of the future is also vouchsafed to the soul of the prophet during his sojourn in the celestial council, and one of the most precious boons which it is the privilege of his rapt spirit to receive in these moments of ecstasy is a premonition of the resurrection and of the future life. Unlike the Mohammedan visions of ethereal bliss, there is no jarring note of pleasures of a physical kind to mar the harmony and spirituality of this glimpse into the world beyond. But before the ecstatic messenger is allowed to return to the world of material things, one word of warning is given to guard him against the guile and deceit of the spiritual enemy, Engramenu, or Ahriman, as the devil is called. At this moment, as he turns from the dazzling splendor of heaven, a glimpse of the darkness, filth, stench, and torment of the worst world is disclosed. There in the murky depths of hell, with mocking howls and ribald jeers, huddle together and cower the vile crew of the archfiends and whole legions of demons, or devs, as they are still named in Persian. Nor is this caution any too timely, for at once upon the hallowed seer's return to earth there occurs the temptation by Ahriman. Like the wily Mara seeking to beguile the newly enlightened Buddha, or the tempter Satan striving to betray the savior of mankind, the maleficent Ahriman endeavors to cause the righteous Zarathustra to renounce the good religion of the worshippers of Mazda. This moment is a crisis, it is one of the turning points in the history of the faith. The foul fiend is repulsed and vanquished, and the victorious upholder of righteousness chants a kind of Te Deum Yathahu Vario as a scion of his triumph. But he has to face many discouragements in his work. Only 164 Zoroaster and the Avesta convert to his faith is won during the first 10 years of his preaching. This is his own cousin Mahdi Hoiman Ha, the Saint John of the religion. In the 12th year of his mission, however, came an achievement which made a crowning glory to his career. This was the conversion of King Vishtaspa, who became the Constantine of the faith. Exactly who this Vishtaspa, or Gushtasp, was, we cannot with certainty say. His name is the same as that of Histasps, the father of King Darius, but there is no convincing ground for identifying him with that personage. Whether he was a vassal king in Media itself or a monarch in eastern Iran, Bactria, or more probably the region corresponding to Afghanistan and Persian Sistan today, belongs to scholars to discuss. It suffices here simply to present this pious ruler, whom the Avesta portrays as the nonpareil of kings, and to recall how his strong arm made Zoroaster's religion current in the province of the Sunday. Vishtaspa is converted only after a long struggle, hesitancy, and deliberation, but when once convinced, he exhibits all the zealous enthusiasm that is characteristic of a new convert. His queen, Hudasa, whose name at least recalls the name of Atassa in Persian history, likewise accepts the faith and joins the struggling church. The nobles of the court follow the high example. Zoroaster's own family becomes a sharer in the royal favor. His third wife, for he was married 3 times, is a sister of the king's grand vizier. His favorite daughter in turn is given in marriage to the other chief counselor of the sovereign. Number of relatives of the priest unite in the confession of the faith. Converts become many. The spark of religious enthusiasm kindled in the palace spreads like a mighty flame throughout the land. The people press to hear we Zarathustra speak. Can still listen to the verses of his Gathas, Psalms, that served as texts for sermons. Here is the opening of one of his discourses, in which he tells of the 2-1 Semi Zoroaster, pages 205 to 225. 2 Zoroastrian Psalm 65 Great opposing principles of good and of evil. The verses are rhythmical, and in translating we may follow the order of the lines. Now shall I preach, and do ye give ear and hear, yet who hither press from near and from afar now mark him all, for the devil has been disclosed and never more shall he, vile teacher, the world destroy, wicked avouer, he, of a sinful faith with his tongue. Now shall I preach of the world's 2 primal spirits, the holier one of which did thus address the evil, neither do our thoughts, our teachings, nor our minds, wishes, nor words, nor works, no, nor our religions, nor do our souls agree in anything at all. On another occasion the same theme is taken up again by Zoroaster in a psalm, Gatha, which may be termed an Iranian Sermon on the Mount. In this the priest bids his listeners to be mindful of these 2 spirits which divide the universe between them. People must not be deceived into making a false choice, as the demons have done, but they must follow spiritual guidance, so as to be on the right side when the judgment shall come, for annihilation shall then overtake falsehood, druj, Satan, and ruin shall attend upon the demons and upon all who ally themselves with them. Let every man, therefore, seek to make the world prepared. In the 8th verse the prophet breaks out into a fervent expression of hope of a regenerate world and a new kingdom. Therefore at the time when the retribution of the sinful shall come to pass, good thought Vohumana shall dispense thy kingdom to the joy of those who deliver over falsehood druj into the hand of righteousness ashe. And so may we be such as make the world renewed. And do ye, Lord Mazda and righteousness, bear your company. That our thoughts may wholly be where wisdom is abiding. For at the final dispensation the blow of annihilation of falsehood druj shall come to pass, but those who share in a good report shall speedily unite together in the happy abode of good thought, of Mazda, and of righteousness. 1 Ys. 45 1-2. 66 Zoroaster and the Avesta if, O ye men, ye mark the doctrines which Mazda gave. And mark the will and the woe, namely, the long torment of the wicked and the welfare of the righteous. Then in accordance with these doctrines there will be happiness hereafter. Light begins to dawn upon the people. If good and evil, God and devil, are in constant warfare with each other, what is to bring about the ultimate solution of the conflict? What is to give the victory to Ormuzd and to put an end to the strife? It is man. Man, a free agent, shall solve the problem by electing right and choosing goodness, if he follow Zoroaster's lead, and as his reward he shall win joys eternal at the resurrection, when the dead again shall rise up, the quick be made immortal, and the world, as desired, made perfect. But, exalted and spiritual as these religious tenets were, not everything in the faith occupied so lofty, so perfect, so transcendental a plane. It is difficult for a people to maintain the high and ideal level of the leader. The knowing and enlightened may accept advanced theological doctrines, but the masses require that which is more practical, more tangible. Temporal considerations and material things cannot be left out of sight by any reformer when he is founding his religion. There is evidence of concessions being made in Zoroastrianism to previous religious views or time-honored practices. The glorification of the sun, moon, and stars as part of God's universe could not be omitted from the popular creed. The ancient divinity Mithra, an embodiment of light and of the sun, as we know from Tom Moore's Fire Worshippers, is canonized to stand beside Ormuzd. The elements earth, fire, and water are idealized as manifestations of purity. Xerxes did pious homage to the vegetable kingdom when he decked the plane tree as a solemn rite on his way to Greece. Matters and details of this kind were unquestionably recognized by Zoroaster himself as elements to be accepted into his creed, as 1 Ys. 38-11. Late History of the Faith 67. He labored and taught, preached, and converted, counseled and encouraged, during a ministry that lasted more than 30 years. His was a long life. 40 years of age or over when he first converted Vishtaspa, he lived until he was 77. Death came to him by violence in the holy ways which arose as a consequence of crusading for the faith, about the year BC 583. Such at least is the tradition, or legend, for there is a story that he was slain by the fanatical Turanians when they invaded Iran. But the faith did not perish with the founder. Know from history how Zoroaster's creed was able to withstand the mighty shock given to it 3 centuries later when Alexander invaded Iran and at the request of the frail but beautiful Thais allowed the palace at Persepolis to be burned. It is claimed that the Avesta perished in the flames, but the Magian priests still held in memory the sacred texts, clung to the creed, and upheld the tottering rites. The faith revived once more and regained its pristine glory and flourished at the very time when the Roman wars with Persia fill the pages of history and the Zoroastrian heresy of Manichaeism threatens to shake the Christian Church. The final blow, however, came to Zoroastrianism in the 6th century from Islam. From that moment Persia practically adopted Mohammedanism and ceased to be Zoroastrian. Only a handful remained faithful to the old creed and were destined to endure countless sufferings from persecution in their native land. Another band, equally stubborn, refused to be converted, and chose exile in India, finding a place of refuge in Bombay and its vicinity, and thus becoming the ancestors of the present Parsis. Owing to their favorable surroundings among the Hindus they have prospered more than their Persian brethren, and like the latter they have remained genuine followers of the old-time faith of Zoroaster. It is these 2 communities that have preserved for us until today the remnants of the ancient Zoroastrian scriptures, the Avesta and the Pahlavi books. In its present form the 68 Zoroaster and the Avesta is only a fragment of the original Zoroastrian scriptures. Tradition tells of 21 books, or 1,000,000 of verses, composed by Zarathustra and inscribed in letters of gold at the order of King Gushtasp, the patron of the faith. The destruction of the 2 archetype copies, the one at Persepolis, the other at Samarkand, is attributed to Alexander the Great. Only imperfect remnants of these originals have been preserved. In compass they would equal about 1/10 of our Bible, and as in the latter we may recognize several subdivisions with reference to their contents. Most important is the Yasna, lit. Sacrifice, a liturgical work, comprising also the Crdthds, or Psalms of Zoroaster, the most sacred part of the Avesta, and supplemented by a series of minor litanies known as the Vischoerad, all the Lords, both works being used in the ritual and forming a sort of manual of devotion which corresponds to our prayer book. Second in interest are the 21 Yashts, lit. Praises, a collection of metrical hymns in praise of the ancient divinities and mythical heroes of the religion. Third, and interesting in comparison with the Pentateuch, is a priestly code comprising 21 chapters and entitled Vendeld, Law Against the Demons, a series of sacerdotal rules for the purification, and some miscellaneous matter of a legendary character. The remaining portion of our present Avesta is composed of minor prayers, invocations, and miscellaneous fragments. The loss of some parts of the Avesta is made up for in part by versions or summaries in the Pahlavi language of the Middle My 1 CP 306, below, and article some additional data on Zoroaster, in the volume Orientalisk Study and in honor of Professor Noldeek, pages 1031-1038, Strasbourg, 1906. 2. The best English translation of the Avesta is by Darmstetter and Mills, Zendavesta, 3 volumes, in the Sacred Books of the East, Oxford, 1880-1887. There are French translations by Darmstetter, Les Endavesta, Paris, 1892-1894, 3 volumes, and by de Harlez, Avesta, Paris, 1881, a German one by Spiegel, and reference will be made hereafter to German renderings of selections by Geldner and by Bartholomew. 1/ti1ttrr. 4isi-ftf2.si The Sacred Book 69 Persian Empire, or supplemented again by later Persian writings on Zoroastrian subjects or by traditions which the priests have preserved. Most important among the Pahlavi texts is a work entitled Bundaishan, Original Creation, a sort of Iranian Genesis founded on one of the original books of the Avesta which has been lost in acquaintance with the ancient Zoroastrian literature and its language, and a familiarity with the history of the people that have preserved it, made me anxious to make the journey around Lake Urumia, which Zoroaster himself must have made, and I used my own volume on the Prophet's life as a sort of handbook for the journey in laying out my route from Tabriz along the shores of the historic lake. Most of the Pahlavi books have been translated into English or summarized by West, Pahlavi texts, 5 volumes, in the Sacred Books of the East, Oxford, 1880-1897. Chapter 8 Around Lake Urumia Wer den Dichter will verstehen muss in Dichters Land gehen. Goethe, Westostlicher Divan. In spite of rumors of deep snow, I ventured to undertake the journey around Lake Urumia from Tabriz to the city of Urumia by wagon. I was warned in advance by one of my friends that if I tried to drive, I should be sure to wish I had ridden, and if I started on horseback, I should be certain to regret not having gone by carriage. Events proved the truth of his words. The roads were in a vile condition, and the journey, which ordinarily occupies 3 or 4 days, took me 6. For the first 48 hours I had the companionship of 2 Persians whom we overtook on the road. They were also driving. One of them was a native of the village of Khosrova, near Dilman, northwest of the lake, and was on his way home from Meshhad in eastern Persia. The other was connected with the bank at Tehran. The latter was a particularly fine-looking fellow, with handsome eyes, clear-cut features, and a tall, well-developed frame. He wore on his head a hood, the ends of which formed a scarf to wrap about his face as a protection against the cold. This made him look like a veritable one. Is it possible that Khosrova preserves a lingering reminiscence of the Avestan king Hasrava, who sacrificed on the other side of Lake Chekista, Lake Urumia, YT 549, or does it owe its name to the later Sasanian king Khosrow? I find that this suggestion has been previously made by Darmstetter, Leza. 2632, and 92. 70 The Snows of Azerbaijan 71 Portrait of Darius Kodominus at the Battle of Issus, a reproduction of which has been given above. The temperature must have registered nearly 0 during the first 2 days of the trip, although I never had the courage to consult the thermometer which was stowed away somewhere in my baggage. In the daytime I was compelled to wear my sleeping jacket over my head to shield my frost-bitten face from the congealing wind, and as evening fell I muffled a bathrobe over this to add some warmth. I envied anyone whose lot it might be to make the journey in midsummer instead of in winter, and I understood why the Avesta regarded winter as the work of demons and said that it was created by Ahriman as a blight to mar the perfection of Aryanavayajat, the Azerbaijan of today, which otherwise would have been a paradise. In this land the Vendidad says there are 10 months of winter and 2 months of summer. Gloss, it is true, changes the text to 5 months of winter and 7 months of summer, but judging from my own discomfort, for March seemed in the Avestan words to be the very heart of winter, Zimahi Zertgem, I felt inclined to agree with the original reading. Discomfort was tempered, however, by the thought that the region through which I was traveling had probably once been traversed by Zoroaster, and this added a zest to my observations en route as the trail meandered forward along the northern shore of the lake. Lake Urumia is the largest body of water in Persia, although not quite so large as our Great Salt Lake in Utah, which is about 75 miles long and from 30 to 50 broad, the Persian lake being about 80 miles in length and averaging 24 miles in breadth. Both of these bodies of salt water lie about 4,000 feet above the level 1 CVD1. 2. Syt Emidavad. The heat near the northern shore of Lake Urumia is correspondingly great in midsummer. No place shows better than this the contrast between summer and winter in Azerbaijan. Wilson, Persian Life, p. 83. yd. 13. 72. Around Lake Urumia of the sea, and neither has any outlet. The waters of both are intensely saline and vary considerably in volume according to the condition of the mountain streams that feed them, but the average depth in each case is considerably less than 20 feet. Other resemblances might be pointed out, but enough have been indicated to show the parallel between the two. About the shores of Lake Urumia there are level plains, sometimes covering an area of many square miles, such as the Great Plain of Urmai on the western border, and there are high mountains lying beyond them on all sides of the lake. These sometimes thrust their spurs down to the very edge of the water, as does the ridge of the Karabaha mountain on the northwest, 6,000 feet high, and the offshoots of the great mountain of Sahand on the east, over 11,000 feet. Few small islands dot the surface of the lake toward the south-central part, and from the middle of the eastern shore the mountain peninsula of Shahi, or Shaka, juts out. This tongue of land was once an island 25 miles in circumference, but it has become a part of the mainland, because the lake has lowered somewhat. Of recent years, however, the volume of water has tended again to increase, so that considerable fluctuations in the outline of the shores are still taking place. Today there is no navigation on Lake Urumia except what is carried on by means of clumsy scows propelled by primitive oars and sails. We can trace the history of Lake Urumia far back into antiquity, even to Zoroaster's time and still earlier. The region was familiar to the Assyrian kings as the scene of some of their active campaigns, and the lake appears in their inscript 1 Yakut, who passed by Lake Uru equals Mia twice, AH 612, 617 AD 1215, 1220, speaks of the mountain island in the midst of the lake. See Barbie de Maynard, Diet Geographic p. 86, and Sir J. MacDonald Kinnear reports it as an island in his day, 1810 to 1830, of Curzon, Persia, 1. 532. Similarly, Perkins, 1843, calls it an island, which is much of the year a peninsula, 8 years in Persia, p. 170. Description of the lake 73 shins as the lake of the land Nari. It was known in the Avesta by the name of Chechasta, which the Arab geographers corrupted through Chiz into Shiz. The Avesta calls it deep q/fra, which may be an appropriate epithet according to the ideas of the ancient Persians, who were unacquainted with our Great Lakes, but its average depth hardly exceeds 15 feet. The characteristic Avestan attribute, however, which is applied likewise to the Caspian, is Urd Pa, Urud Pa, whose water is salt. Lake Urumia is so briny that fish are not found in its waters, and the only occupant appears to be a small crustacean. The Pahlavi treatise Bundashan, which several times mentions Lake Chechist, expressly states that there is nothing whatever living in it. Ibn Haukal, in the 10th century, makes a similar statement as for the modern one. So Schrader, Die Namendermeer in den Assyriskan Inschriften, in Ag. D. Akkad. D. Wiss. Zia Berlin, 1877, pages 184 to 193. For the relations between Lake Urumia and Lake Van, see Strek, Armenian, Kurdistan und West Persian, in ZTF Assyriology, 13. 11. The fact that the region of the lake and city of Urumia is alluded to in the Assyrian inscriptions is accepted by Ward, Notes on Oriental Antiquities in American Journal of Archaeology, 6. 286, and by others. We might be tempted to seek the name of Urumia, or Urmai, in the Assyrian Urum, but see Strek, OPCIT pages 23 to 24. 2 CP 131. The actual Avestan form is very CAE 6 ASTA, or CAE ISTA, on YT. 549, New York. 55, Sir. 29. The name CCLZ, see my Zoroaster, pages 195, 197, 201 to 202, 204. A3 such seems to be the force of Urd pot, as first pointed out by Darmstetter, Etudes Iraniennes, 2. 179 see also Geldner, Vedisk Studien, 2. 270, Stuttgart, 1897, despite Bartholomew, Altirenisches Wörterbuch, p. 404, Strasbourg, 1905. The Pahlavi tradition sees in this epithet warm water, garmed, garmed. Shall we venture to compare Avestan Urudpa, Tjrudpa, having salt, or warm, water, with the modern name Tirmi, Urmidh, Urumia, which the natives commonly understood as place of water, the last element being the Semitic word for water. On Pahlavi CE6 AST also Rosenberg, Lieber de Zoroaster, pages XXVIII, 74. 4 BD 22. 2, CF 17. 7, 23. 8, and Baumann Yost, 3. 10-5 IBN Haukel, T. R. Osley, p. 162. There is a lake in Azerbaijan called the Lake of Armia, Urumia. The water is salt or bitter and contains not any living creature. All round this lake are villages and buildings. From the lake to Maraga is a distance of 3 farsang, to Army, Urmai, Urumia, 2 farsang. The length of this lake is 5 days' journey by land, and by water, with a fair wind, a person may traverse it in the space of 1 night. 74. Around Lake Urumia, name of the lake, the natives generally term it Darya-i Shahi, or Royal Sea, after the mountain peninsula of Shahi, or Shaka, mentioned above. The early Greek geographer Strabo mentions it under the name of Sparta, written Irabra in the manuscripts, which is supposed to be an error I or Kapata, the My Persian Kabuta, lit. Blue, Cerulean, but since return to America I heard 2 natives of Urumia apply the name Spot to the lake, although I did not hear it so called while I was in Azerbaijan. The Arab writer Masudi uses the name Kahadn, saying the lake is so called after the village of Kabadan on an island in the lake, but the attribute cerulean is more probably due to the color of the water, which presents a succession of blues melting into purples, mingled with ultramarine and green hues, which were all the more conspicuous against a background of snowy mountains and a shore whitened with crystals of salt due to the incrustation of saline deposits. The old name Shiz, or Chechasta, seems absolutely to have disappeared, as I could find no trace or reminiscence of it among the people, although I inquired again and again during the 2 weeks or more which I spent in the vicinity of the lake. The heavy floods and inundations through which we had to make our way during a part of the journey around Lake Urumia made the Avestan word voina, inundation, overwhelming flood, deluge, a living reality. The disasters and misery which follow in the wake of these winter freshets are as evident today as they were in ages past. Twice we had to descend to help the horses, which had been carried off their feet once. So, for example, Marquardt, Aaron Ahr, p. 143. 2. They were Nestorians, and the designation may be Syriac. 3. Marquardt, Erdensatter, p. 143. Asterisk. For additional details regarding Lake Urumia see Barbie de Maynard, Diet. Geographie de la Perse, pages 85-86, who cites the authority of Saint Martin, MEM. Servi Armeni, 1. 56 SEQ. Compare also Bittner, Der Kurden Gaashnuj und die Stadt Urumij, in SH Akkad. Wis. 133, ABB 3, pages 1-97, Wien, 1895, Marquardt, Erdensatter, p. 143, Curzon, Persia, 1. 532-534 y, I_3. ys. 5714. Sheep and bib 75 by the Triclearus caving in of the bank of a stream. It was often a matter of the greatest difficulty to find a safe ford, but the natives seemed to have a remarkable instinct for discovering crossings. There were few bridges, if any, and I could understand why it was a pious act, according to the Zoroastrian faith, to build a bridge, and why this practice was enjoined also upon the worshippers of Ormuzd as one means of penance for expiating the sin of having killed an otter, a sacred animal in the eyes of Zoroaster. Wherever there was a trace of stubbly grass, large flocks of sheep and goats were cropping it. The color of most of these was black or brown. The few white sheep among the number were conspicuous in contrast to the others. This made clear to me a Zoroastrian simile which had always been a puzzling one. The Pahlavi book of the Bundaishan, in describing the Day of Judgment, says that at the last day, when the souls are gathered together in a great assembly after the resurrection, a wicked man shall be as conspicuous in that assembly as a white sheep among the black. The white sheep was certainly the marked one in the flocks I saw on this journey. My observations of some of the birds of Azerbaijan, the lark, thrush, and long-tailed magpie, were only incidental, but I took more careful note of the crow, raven, eagle, and vulture, because those are especially mentioned in the Avesta. The crow is seen everywhere. The raven is still more plentiful and flies in enormous flocks. On one occasion I counted over 1,000 of these birds in a field near Lake Urumia. So far as my observations went, the raven appears to be more common in northern Iran than it is in the south, but this fact may have been due to migration at the time when I made my notes, or to some accidental cause. The bird is large in size, 1 vd 14. 16 2 bd 30. 10. Andres and Anjaman Darvandi to no Petaxi Gungaspand Ispet Andaran Sid Bet. See the text of Justi, Bundhesh, p. 73, Leipzig, 1868, Westergaard, Bund. p. 73, Copenhagen, 1851, Unvala, BU 7 ID. p. 85, Bombay, 1897, and the translation of West, Pahlavi texts, in Sacred Books of the East, 5, 123, Oxford, 1880. 76. Around Lake Urumia with a glossy bill and sleek wings. I wondered whether the martial bird Vidregna, Vidrenjana in the Avesta, a feather of whose wing was used by the warrior as an amulet, might possibly be identified with the raven. The raven was the bird of battle among the Anglo-Saxons and other Germanic peoples, and the symbol upon the crest of Berethrakna, the Iranian Mars, on the coins of the Indo-Scythian kings, may be the raven. The only other bird that would answer well to the description of the Vidrenjana is the peregrine falcon, which is noted for its swiftness of flight and habits of prey. It can hardly be the ordinary falcon, as that was a bird of sport in Persia, as elsewhere, nor was it the eagle, for that is called Sina in the Avesta. The eagle, however, abounds in the mountainous regions of Iran, and I could understand why Xenophon should have represented Cyrus as taking omens from eagles. Moreover, as I watched the soaring flight of this king of birds above the peaks, I was forcibly reminded of the name of that lofty range in eastern Iran, Updiri Sina, above the eagle, whose height, according to the Avesta, surmounted even the eagle's flight. The vulture, to which bird as well as to the dog the Magians used to throw the bodies of their dead to be torn, is found in Azerbaijan, but in numbers it did not seem so plenty. 1 YT. 1419-22, 14. 35-40. I find that this view has the support of the authority of Darab, as cited by Justi, Handbuch der Zendsprach, SV, and of Tier Endez and Darmstädter, Leza. 2566, and 29, which Bartholomew, Air. WH pages 1411, 1412, brands as falsch. Geldner, Dreiejacht, p. 65, and 1, suggests the hawk, Habicht, as a possibility. The Bundaishan, 14. 23, calls the raven Vardk, the modern Persian word for crow, called, is not to be confounded with this, and this is apparently the bird of victory which accompanied King Ardavan according to the Pahlavi Kadrandmi ir Taksharif Baktan, ed. Darab D. Sanjana, pages 16-17, Bombay, 1896, although Darab Sanjana, LOCCIT, calls it an eagle, reading luck, and Peshhotanji, Noldik, and Antia, the latter, Kadrandmak, p. 16, Bombay, 1900, interpret the Pahlavi word in this passage as Ram, reading Rara A.G. Stein, Zoroastrian deities on Indo-Scythian coins, in Indian Anti equals Kiri, 17207, London, 1877 reprint, p. 14, Bombay, 1888 from Sina MDVDA comes the name of the mythical bird Simurg. Xenophon, Cirripedia, 2. 112. 419. YT. 193, YS. 1011. Persian Boo 77 full as I expected, perhaps owing to the cold season at the time when I was there. The dogs formed a special object of notice because of the esteem in which they were formerly held among the ancient Zoroastrians, although now despised by the Mohammedans except for hunting and as watchdogs. So far as my knowledge goes, the Avesta is the only Oriental work which is highly complimentary to the dog. It is true that he was venerated in Egypt, but in India the Sanskrit writers usually speak of him in derogatory terms, and so do the Hebrews in the Bible. Special sanctity, however, is attached to the animal in the Vendidad, and 3 chapters of this sacerdotal work are devoted to the faithful friend of man amid the high praises of the canine virtues. The text does not hesitate to call attention to certain vices, so that the eulogy does not degenerate into mere my flattery. Observations of dogs were not confined to Azerbaijan, but were continued throughout the journey, south, east, and north. The typical dog of northern Iran, Transcaspia, and Turkestan is a large brute, resembling the mastiff in size, tawny in color, and roughish in coat, although the hair may be thinner and smoother in summer. In appearance he is somewhat wolfish, and in temper extremely savage. These wolfish characteristics corroborate the allusions in the Vendidad to the nature of the hybrid sprung from a dog and a wolf. Most of the village dogs in the outlying districts of Azerbaijan have their ears cropped quite close to the head, their masters adopting 1vd6. 45, 46, 7. 30, 3. 20, Herodotus, History 1. 140, 3. 16, Cicero, Tusk. Despot. 145. 2. An exception may perhaps be found in Vedic times, when the dog seems to have enjoyed a better reputation, cf. Hopkins, The Dog in the Big Veda, in A7N. Jern. Philal. 15154-163, Baltimore, 1894. Compare also Watson, The Bog Book, 1. 15-20, New York, 1905. Among Occidental writers Dante and Shakespeare do not hesitate occasionally to give the dog a metaphorical kick. G. Fargards 13, 14, 15 of the Vendidad, and consult Hublik, Leg Dans via Vesta, Paris, 1876. Asterisk see especially VD 13. 44-48 8 yard 18. 41-43 78 around Lake Urumia. This practice to prevent the ears of the creatures from being torn in the fierce fights in which they constantly indulge. One of the best opportunities which I had for noticing dogs was later at the city of Urumia itself, where I once saw a motley collection of a dozen or more dogs gathered about the slaughterhouse. Here I observed a good specimen of the white dog with yellow ears, which the Vendidad enjoins as one of the 2 dogs to be used in the Sagdid ceremony of exorcising the spirit of death. The second kind of dog required for the Avestan rite, namely a yellow dog with 4 eyes, that is, with 2 spots above the eyes, I did not specifically see. The spots over the eyes are apparently less common, which may account for the value of such dogs in the ancient ceremonies, and some European friends gave me the interesting information that the German dachshund loses the tan spots over his eyes after a generation or two in Persia. Besides the tawny or yellowish village dog, the black, white, and party-colored dog is also to be seen, especially in the towns. As a rule they are smaller in the cities than in the country and partake more of the mongrel type. Curiously enough, the village dog, despite his savage courage, especially towards strangers, proved to be in absolute dread of being shot by the snap of a camera. It took me nearly a week before I succeeded in getting a photograph of the typical village dog of Azerbaijan, but I finally succeeded at a hamlet between Dilmun and Gukha, by decoying the animal with eggshells that I had thrown away after a hasty meal. The stages of my journey as far as Dilmun in the plain of Salmas, northwest of the lake, were slow, averaging not more than 20-5 or 30 miles a day, with stops for the night at the villages of Dizakhalil and Tajvik. Dilmun was reached in the afternoon of Sunday, March 22. This town is one of the largest places in the plain, but its manzil seemed my 1vd8. 16. See article in JAOS. 25 182 to 183, and CFP 388, below. 2 GP 91, N1, below. Dilmun and Surat Dagi 79 little more than a shelter, nor was I attracted by an invitation to visit the tea house nearby, which I later learned was an opium den. The carcass of a dead horse lying in the stream that runs through the town seemed characteristic of the place, but the people appeared to be kindly disposed to a stranger and showed something of a holiday spirit, as they had put on their best clothes to celebrate the season of Nowruz and also Sunday, which is always a special bazaar day, the regular Mohammedan Sabbath being Friday. I left Dilmun the next morning at 8, with the weather bleak and dreary. In about 2 hours we came to an interesting old Armenian cemetery which is situated on a hillock near a small village. To reach this graveyard I had to leave the wagon and wade through snow and water for nearly half a mile. An inscription on a large monument near the summit ascribes the founding of the burying ground to the Mamikonians, an ancient heroic family of Armenia, and I observed a number of gravestones rudely shaped like a ram, a common image in old Armenian burial places. I noticed also one long Syriac inscription, but the letters were almost illegible. After a short stay on the hillock I proceeded on my journey to see the Sasanian bas-relief of the horseman, which I knew was carved on the side of a rocky hill called Surat Dagi, Picture Mountain, somewhere on the road between Dilmun and Gukha. Shortly before noon we reached a tiny hamlet and found that we had passed the hill of the sculptures, having met no one on the deserted plain who knew precisely where the carvings were located. Accordingly I took a guide and returned on foot through mud and snow for a distance of nearly 3 miles in order to examine the bas-reliefs. The sculptures are carved about 100 feet above the plain on the face of a somewhat precipitous rock, and are undoubtedly Sasanian in origin, as they present all the characteristic features of the bas-reliefs at Tak-i Boston, Nakshari 80 around Lake Urumia Rustam, and Nakshari Rajab. The group is composed of 4 figures, 2 mounted and 2 standing. The equestrian figures are royal personages, apparently represented in the act of receiving crowns from the 2 unmounted figures, which look like vassals and almost resemble grooms. The first of the mounted individuals appears to be older than the other and wears a mustache and apparently also a beard. The second is younger and looks almost smooth-faced, but on closer examination this absence of the beard is only apparent, not real, being due to a mutilation of the lower part of the face by some iconoclast. Both figures wear the familiar balloon-shaped headgear with streamers floating out behind and a scarf or veil fluttering from below the shoulders. The cloak about the shoulders of each is clasped in an easy manner, the garment of the elder personage being the more elaborate. Each horseman grasps the reins of his steed with the left hand, which rests at the same time upon the hilt of a long, straight sword, while the right hand is extended to receive some proffered gift, which is hidden behind the horse's head in the first case, but looks like a chaplet in the case of the second cavalier. The close-fitting coat or tunic, the SJ trousers flowing in rich drapery from the knees, and more elaborately carved in the case of the elder personage than in that of the younger, together with the heavy caparison of the horses, which includes a massive chain and ball swinging at the left flank, are typical of sculpture of the Sasanian dynasty. The pose of the two horsemen is lifelike and spirited, although the workmanship is imperfect. The men on foot are represented as bareheaded and with beards, mustaches, and hair bushy at the sides. The face of the left figure is much mutilated, but that of the right is pre-1. My notebook has the memorandum smooth-faced corrected to no, hardly upon a more careful inspection of the stone, and this is confirmed by the photograph, which shows the mutilation of the rock, and by Kerporter's sketch, which represents the figure as having a full beard, travels in Persia, 2597, pi 82, as well as by the drawing of Flandin and Coste, Voyage en Perse, Ancien, 4. pi 204,205, and Texier, description, 1. pi 40. Sasanian bas-relief of the horseman 81 served with sufficient clearness to show details, including what seems to be a collar or band about the neck. Both individuals are clad in a simple manner, the upper garment being a tunic-like coat, the lower being huge bulging trousers. There is a double belt about the waist of each, but no sword is noticeable, nor is there any characteristic accoutrement or decoration, but from the forearm of the figure on the right there hangs a pendant that looks like a circlet suspended by a short band. The generally accepted identification of the group is that the bas-relief represents Ardashir-Pakan, the first Sasanian king, and his son Sapur, receiving the submission of the Armenians, an event that occurred about AD 230, to which period the sculptures approximately belong. My examination of the sculptures took me some time, and on the way back I became separated from my servant and the guide, who had gone to search for an article I had lost on the way, so that I had some anxiety about finding the road to the hamlet alone, but the servants finally came up, and we all returned together to the little settlement of mud hovels, and there I had something to eat, and succeeded in getting with my camera a snapshot of the Azerbaijan dog to which I have already referred. The afternoon was well advanced when the journey was resumed, and we turned our faces southward to cross the Karabakh Ridge, over 6,000 feet above the sea. The snow lay almost as deep as it did in the Avestan winter of Yuma, Jamshid, too, and it grew heavier and heavier as we ascended the mountain, until about 4:30 the track was finally won. Sojusti, Empire of the Persians, 2.259, Wilson, Persian Life, p. 91. We have an incidental allusion also to the opposition of Armenia to Ardashir's authority in the Karna Maki Artakshirai-Pakan, 6. 2, ed. Darabsanjana, p. 24, Bombay. A different explanation of the scene is given by Kerporter, G. Travels, 2. 599, who attributed an Armenian origin to the sculpture, and saw in the two horsemen the Roman Emperor Galerius and the Persian king Narses, the latter making concessions to the Armenian prince Tiridates. But this explanation of the sculpture seems doubtful. GVD 2. 2282. Around Lake Urumia we lost Indiana drifts as high as the horses' backs. Could proceed no farther for the nonce, and there seemed a good prospect of spending a freezing night on the mountains at an altitude of several thousand feet. At last traces of the path were discovered, and the guide went forward to secure horses and assistance from a post house which was said to be some distance beyond. The falling snow and the biting cold made the delay seem long, but the messenger returned within an hour, leading 3 horses. I was able, therefore, to dismiss the wagon, giving directions to the driver to return to the hamlet as best he could. I never heard how he reached his destination, but I imagine he arrived safely, inshallah, by the grace of God, a Deo volenti phrase which the Persians employ in connection with everything they do. The horses that came from the hill post looked thin and poorly kept, but we placed the load upon the back of the strongest. The second animal was assigned to my servant Safar, and I mounted the third myself. Away we started through the snow. As we crossed the first ridge there was still enough light to see, on the edge of a stream below, the fresh carcass of a horse that appeared to have fallen over the edge into the gorge, and from which a huge shaggy dog was tearing strips of fast disappearing flesh. Dusk fell, and darkness closed in rapidly as we began the wild ride over the pass and through the gorges of the Karabaha mountain toward Gukha. The native guide inquired ominously for our guns, which we did not have, and I thought lovingly of my revolver, which by this time was peacefully reposing at Tiflis. The night seemed too stormy, however, for robbers, but as I now look back on it and think of the murder of my friend Mr. Labary and his servant on the same road from Khoi to Urumia a year later, and the pillaging of a party of 10 in this region by a band of 1, or Kukya, as the name is more accurately rendered. GP 90, N1. Thank Gli Kat Flaol Urumia. Plowing with buffaloes near Urumia, a wild side 83 occurred some months after I passed through it. The risk of the journey seems very real. The wind was high, and it drove sheets of blinding snow from the north, which we fortunately escaped whenever the path veered southward, although the drifts were often up to the horses' bellies. Over streams we proceeded and along precipices which seemed more sheer in the darkness, until the night became so pitchy black that there was nothing for us to do but throw the reins on the necks of the horses, swing our arms to keep from freezing, and trust to the horses' instincts to find the way. All this while my cane, umbrella, and hat box with top hat were trundling at the side of my saddle and seemed ludicrously out of place amid these surroundings, but I had had no chance to get rid of them, except by throwing them away as useless appendages, since I bade adieu to the last traces of civilization, where I had needed them in paying official visits. To cheer the situation and brighten my own spirits as well as those of the men, I whistled a tune and began to sing. All I could think of at the moment was the Star-Spangled Banner, a strangely democratic pibroch for the highlands of Iran. The guide responded with a Turkish ditty, which I answered in turn by a few lines of Hafiz that I knew in Persian, to the apparent entertainment of our leader, and thus we made the dark journey through what seemed to be the valley of the shadow of death. The lights of the mud buses on the outskirts of Gukhi at last began to twinkle through the gloom, and it was not long before we had descended from the only remaining hill, crossed a level stretch, and found ourselves lodged in the best house in the village. The master of the house was a tall, muscular man with heavy mustachio eyebrows which would have given his face a look of fierceness had it not been for his well-shaped nose and the kindly expression about his mouth. He was entertaining no one. The Avesta alludes to such highwaymen, bandits, and assassins in Zoroaster's time under the designations Tidayu, Hazidan, Gada. 84. Around Lake Urumia guests American Samoa. The New Year season was approaching its height, and although the company was composed of a set of rough-looking fellows, resembling tramps and bandits, they seemed to have good hearts, and I was of their fellowship anon. Some simple food and New Year's sweetmeats were provided for refreshment. My camp bed was set up to furnish me a seat, while the guests squatted around a steaming samovar and enjoyed hot tea sweetened to a syrup by masses of sugar. 2 little boys came in after the repast was over. They were clad in dirty rags, but were brothers of our host, who had summoned them to sing for our entertainment. Their bright faces beamed as they sang, which they did lustily and shrilly, beating time rhythmically upon a rough tambourine, while the host joined with a zest in the music. Finally he passed the tambourine to me with a request to sing. I chose Yankee Doodle in preference to Home, Sweet Home, because of the tune, and not the sentiment, for in general I believe the Persian would prefer the Chopsticks Waltz to a melody of Rubinstein or a symphony of Beethoven. Apropos of song, I asked the company if they knew the story of Shireen and her sculptor lover Farhad, so beautifully told by Nizami. Several knew it well and recited portions both in Persian and Turkish. It was past midnight when the company broke up for the night, and I found that I was to be one of 5 to occupy the rough-raftered, mud-walled room. I felt that I was in media opast, for the Vesta presumes a condition of society in which a number shall occupy the same room, since it speaks of men lying down to rest in the same place, on a rug together, or a pillow together, whether there be 2 men by one another, or 5, or 50. The preparation of the natives for retiring consisted chiefly in loosening their belts and curling themselves up under a blanket, resting then undisturbed until the time came to give a shake, like a dog, in the morning. 3 of the party who had not yet gone to bed remained squatting near one. See pages 188, 226. =yard 5. 27-7. 5. A glimpse of Urumia, northern end of Lake Urumia. Peasants as hosts 85. Me and watched the proceedings with interest, first examining my pistol belt as I unclasped it, now minus the revolver, admiring the leather, especially the mechanism of the clasp, then commenting on the quality as a whole, and passing my belt to the next. Russet riding leggings, with their practical Yankee fastenings, called forth special approval, so I passed these around as further exhibits, and each of the 3 guests who were awake gravely tried one on. This done, we all fell asleep and remained undisturbed till after daylight. The inspection of exhibits was then renewed as I unpacked my dressing case, brought out my folding mirror for shaving, and proceeded to load my camera with fresh films. These stages furnished exhibits X, Y, and Z, and I was glad when I could pack up again and escape from being stared at. My despite oft-repeated zood, tez, quick, hurry up, the sun had nearly reached the zenith before I succeeded in getting 2 horses and a cart with which to resume the journey to Urumia, hoping to reach it that night. When I walked out from the lodgings where we had spent the night, I found we were on the edge of the great plain of Urumia, having descended into it after the wild ride over the Karabagh passes the night before. To hurry matters up for departure, I started to enter the courtyard where the men were engaged in hitching up the cart which was to be our next means of transportation. One of the servants rushed forward to urge me not to enter because of the savage dogs. In the best Persian I knew I protested that I was not afraid of dogs, but discovered in an instant that these dogs were of a most vicious kind, and was forced to beat a retreat. The cart was finally ready, and we started. In the noonday air there was a slight suggestion of spring, and I noticed that the peasants were making a first attempt to turn up the soil with their plows. The Persian plow is a very primitive sort of affair. It consists of the crotch of a tree cut in such a manner that one of the 2 branches 86 around Lake Urumia may be sharpened and shod with iron to serve as a plowshare, while the other, or main trunk, serves as the beam. Bullocks or cows are hitched to the unwieldy implement, and wheels are sometimes added to lighten the lumbersome affair. The soil of the great alluvial plain, however, yields readily to such primitive implements, because it is one of the most fertile districts in all Persia and justifies its right to the title Paradise of Iran. The entire district, in fact, merits the praise which the Avesta bestows on the larger region of Aryanavayajat, or Azerbaijan, when it calls this the first and best of places created by Ormuzd. My efforts to reach Urumia by nightfall failed signally at Karmabad, for there the guide absolutely refused to proceed farther on account of the dreadful state of the roads, which made it impossible to reach the city before dark. I tried every device from coaxing and bribery to commanding, but he and his companions were obdurate. Finally I had to yield and spend a cold night at the uncomfortable manzil, receiving a promise, however, that the start should be made at daylight on horseback. Only twice in my Persian experience, besides this occasion, did I fail to carry my point about proceeding on the march when the natives objected, but this time I found that the men were right, as the guide, with some satisfaction, showed me next day when we floundered through seas of mud and slush which might have proved dangerous to life in the darkness. It was with a veritable feeling of joy, toward noon that day, March 25th, the 6th of my journey from Tabriz, that I neared the walls of the city of Urumia, one of the several towns that lay claim to having been the birthplace of Zoroaster. 1 VD 1. 2. All writers, ancient and modern, speak of the richness of the soil and the abundance of the crops about Urumia. See, for example, Mustafi, cited in Barbey de Maynard's translation of Yakut, p. 26, and 3, and also Curzon, Persia, 1. 635. A butcher and a cobbler, Urumia.f, women washing clothes, Urumia chapter 9. Urumia, a supposed early home of Zoroaster, and there I shaped the city's ancient legend into this. Tennyson, Godiva, 3-4. They claim that Urumia was the city of Zerdusht and that it was founded by the worshippers of fire, so writes the Arab traveler Yakut, who visited the city in AD 1220, and a still earlier author Ibn Khordadbeh, about AD 816, calls it the city of Zaradusht, while Al-Balad Huri, AD 851, also notes that Urumia is an ancient city of Azerbaijan, and the Magians think that their master, Zaradusht, came from there. A half dozen other Oriental writers make similar statements, associating Zoroaster's name directly or indirectly with Urumia and pointing to its antiquity. Nevertheless, the city is not mentioned in the Avesta or in the Pahlavi literature, for Ainquetil du Perron was wrong in fancying that he recognized the name of Urumia in the Zoroastrian prayer Yema Ishia, although it does seem possible, as suggested in the preceding chapter, that its present name Urmi, Umia, the latter element of which the natives often associate with md, water, may in some distant manner perpetuate the Avestan attribute Uridpa Dpa, having salt, or warm water, which is applied to it in the ancient texts. Most of the inhabitants, especially the Nestorians, call the city Urmi, the Persians Urumia or Urmia, while European books employ one. See my Zoroaster pages 197 to 198, also pages 17, 30, 38, 48, 49, 96, 100, and 65, of the same work. 87 My 2 pf Zoroaster, p. 97, n1. cp 73, n3. 88 Vrumia, a supposed early home of Zoroaster Oromia, Urumia, and Urumia, besides other spellings. In its geographical situation the city is fortunate, lying in the alluvial plain of the Paradise of Iran, and the climate is salubrious, though sometimes hot in summer after the rigorous winter. The river, which flows past the city on its southern side, and the abundant streams formed by the snow melting on the Kurdish hills to the west, assure a plentiful water supply and excellent facilities for irrigation except during the extreme heat of summer. It is true that famine visited the city in 1879, but that was at a time when the scourge swept over a large part of Iran. Systematic cultivation in recent years has done much to obviate for all time the recurrence of such a disaster. The country, 4 miles around, is covered in summer with gardens that produce melons and cucumbers in abundance, with orchards laden with apples, pears, peaches, plums, apricots, quinces, cherries, and mulberries, while the grapes of the vineyards are proverbial for their excellence. Wheat, barley, rice, and millet are among the products of the fields, and tobacco has been grown for many years, but its quality is suited rather for the common pipe, chibuk, than for the kalian, in which the natives smoke rather the tobacco of Shiraz. When I first saw Urumia, at the end of March, there was nothing indicative of seed time and harvest. The snow had only just begun to melt, deluging the plain with floods of water and converting large areas into seas of mud. Through this slough of despond we had slowly to wade our horses, and it needed the sharp ring of the guide's song, to which I often echoed a bravo, kale cub, to cheer us on and keep the struggling animals in their course. Glimpse of the disappearing traces of the muddy way may be seen in the picture I took of a caravan of camels near the gate of Balau, as we entered the city from the north. They were stringing their way along, with dull-toned heavy bells, toward the caravanserai where they were to lay off their loads. I felt a special interest in these first impressions of Urumia 89 eateries near Zoroaster's city because the prophet's name, Zarathustra, is said to mean some sort of a camel, Ushtra. The city of Urumia is girt by a wall some 3 or 4 miles in compass, pierced by 7 gateways and strengthened by a moat at the more vulnerable points. The value of this double defense had something of a test during the memorable Kurdish raid upon Urumia in 1880, when the city was besieged and threatened with destruction through an attack by the hostile descendants of the ancient Karduchi, who had plundered the surrounding villages, burned, ravaged, and murdered throughout the entire borders, and were checked only after much bloodshed and considerable damage to property. As one enters the town, Urumia gives the impression of most Persian cities. Some of the streets are fairly broad, and a rough attempt has been made, here and there, to pave them with large round stones from the river bed. There is no system of drainage, save the water channels from the moat and river, which serve alike to receive refuse and furnish a washing place for the women to launder their clothes. Hopeful sign, however, that better municipal ordinances may someday be established, with efficient authority, is seen in the fact that the butchering of animals in the public streets has been forbidden and a public slaughterhouse has been built near the Hazaran Gate in the northeastern part of the city. No provision, however, seems to be in force against shoveling the snow off the roofs into the streets and heaping up barriers that make the thoroughfare at times impassable, nor is there any restriction against the use of burying grounds in the city, where economy of space, time, and labor leads to using the same grave 2 or 3 times. The quick and the dead are one kin, and the Persian has little idea of hygiene in such respects. I noticed especially in the hamlets of the rural districts that a preference the meaning plowing camel has even been suggested. See my Zoroaster, pages 147 to 149. To pour a full account of the events connected with the Kurdish raid, see Wilson, Persian Life, pages 109 to 124. 90 Urumia, a supposed early home of Zoroaster, was shown for placing the graveyard on the nearest hill, at the foot of which the village well was dug. As I followed the main street into Urumia, it led directly across a cemetery. There was no way of avoiding the graves, and the horses' hoofs often beat hollow over the excavation beneath the sod. In an adjoining plot a burial was in progress, and the mourners were still gathered about the half-filled grave, at the head of which was placed a rough stone without any inscription. It chanced to be the only funeral I saw during my stay in Persia, where the population is less dense and vitality less low than in plague-stricken India. Another quarter of an hour's ride, and I found myself dismounting before the door of the American Presbyterian Miss A. Zion, as the guest of the Reverend Dr. Benjamin Lavery. Welcome there awaited me which those can best appreciate who, weary, mud-bedraggled, chilled, and out of sorts, have endured the discomforts of the road for 6 hard days through snow, slush, mire, and storm. In less than 2 hours after my arrival my host had arranged for my first afternoon of research among the Ash Hills, which was to be an excursion with his son to Digala, the largest mound near the city. There are more than a dozen of these elevations directly in the vicinity of Urumia, and it is stated that there are as many as 64 about the lake. The larger number of them are scattered over the Urumia one. One shall never forget this meeting with Dr. Lavery Sr. and young Mr. and Mrs. B. W. Lavery. Almost exactly 1 year later, March 9, 1904, Mr. Lavery Jr. was brutally murdered by bandits and fanatics on the road from Dilmun over which I had passed. His servant, a bright young native, was shot, and the body robbed even of the clothes, and Mr. Lavery was carried away to a mountain ravine, where he was savagely stabbed to death with daggers and swords. His remains were stripped of everything of value, and the assassins escaped over the Turkish border. The bodies of these 2 martyrs to the Christian cause were afterward discovered and conveyed to Urumia, where they were buried in the same grave. The United States government followed up the matter of the murder to its source and obtained from the Persian government some reparation for the heinous crime, and a guarantee for the greater safety henceforth of American citizens in Persia. Excavations in Digala Ash Hill, near Urumia. Specimen of ancient pottery from Urumia, in the author's collection, the Zoroastrian Ash Hills 91, plain and the plain of Suldus to the south, but not to the north. In Salmas they are all composed of immense deposits of ashes mixed with earth, the ashes having been added in many cases to a natural small elevation. In fact, there is scarcely an eminence on the plain which has not been increased, usually to a very great extent, by this means. The natives all agree in calling them hills of the fire worshippers. One must be careful, however, not to mistake for ash mounds some of the numerous hillocks, topicae, about the lake, like the gum tapa at Mayan, not far from Tabriz, which imagination might easily crown with a fire shrine. First guide, no gum-mying interest in the subject, obligingly called the tapa an Atishgah, fire temple, but it is a mere sand heap and was probably never one of the Zoroastrian Persia. The village of Digala directly adjoins Urumia. The ash hill is 300 or 400 yards long, nearly as many broad, and 100 feet or more in height, but its dimensions are constantly being reduced, as the peasants within the past century have discovered the value of the alkaline quality of the ashes for fertilizing purposes and for producing saltpetre. As a consequence, the hill has been burrowed into, tunneled, trenched, undermined, and cut down in scores of places, and the soil carried off to spread upon the adjoining farms. The photographs taken by Mr. Laborie and myself will show some of the pits and hollows resulting from these excavations. The structure of the mound was therefore easy to examine. It consists of soft earth with stratum upon stratum of solid ashes at varying depths and several feet thick. There is little stone in the mass, but in former times some stone buildings stood on the top of the hill, and the village of Digala is built largely from the stones of these, as I am informed by my colleague, one on Gaur Tapa, Unbelievers Hill, near Dizakalil, on the north shore of the lake. See Kerr Porter, Travels, 2. 606-2. The statement is quoted from a missionary among the Nestorians of Persia, Mr. E. C. Shedd, cited by Drive W. H. Ward, Notes on Oriental Antiquities, in A. M. Journ. Archaeology, 6. 286-92. Urumia, a supposed early home of Zoroaster Dr. Aeolianan, who was born there. I understand also that a foundation wall of burnt brick was discovered some time ago near the bottom of the hill, the bricks measuring at least 6 inches thick by 18 to 24 inches long, a statement which would agree with the so-called Gobber bricks of Zoroastrian structures which I found elsewhere in Persia. In their excavations the workmen are constantly unearthing fragments of pottery, sometimes whole vessels, terracotta figurines, coins, and other remains which show signs of considerable antiquity. The specimens of earthenware are usually of a reddish or brownish clay, the commonest being a round pot with small handles or with a spout. They are generally without decoration, although a few have figures of men and horses, crudely drawn, or bands of color and other marks of ornamentation upon the surface. Some of the jars are 2 feet or more in height. I saw such an amphora at a depth of more than 20 feet below the surface in one of the pits into which I went down. It was buried in an upright position in the earth, but was partly broken, so that we did not disturb it, except to scrape some of the debris from around it, which disclosed a few pieces of bones, grains of parched corn,